Good evening, good folks, and welcome to the City of Muskegon City Commission General Session for this Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. Before we get on with our meeting, I want to remind folks that there are a couple public comment periods. One is towards the beginning of the meeting on agenda items only, and there's another public comment period at the end of the meeting on anything you wish to share with the City Commission. Note during public comment periods, it's a time for you to address us, give your input, give your thoughts, share your perspectives, insights. It is not necessarily a time for back and forth between the commission and anyone speaking, nor a time for Q&A. We can always arrange a separate time to have more intimate conversations and back and forth. I do encourage anyone that wishes to give public comment to complete a public comment form at the back of the room. I've already received several, so thank you. Please provide your name and home address. Note I will not be sharing your home address publicly, nor will I be asking you to announce it. That is for our records. I will be acknowledging which neighborhood you might be joining us from within the city, and if you're not a city resident, what other city, township, or village you're joining us from. There will also be an opportunity for phone-in public comments, so anyone watching this elsewhere is not able to join us in person, keep an eye out for the phone number that scrolls at the bottom of the screen. I'll give that to you right now. Do not call right this second. That phone number is 231-724-6721, just so you have that handy. Again, that will be scrolling at the bottom of the screen when we get to phone-in public comment. All right, and you'll have up to 3 minutes to give remarks, whether you're calling in or in person. Now we're going to get on with our meeting tonight. We're going to start, though, with prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. Prayer is going to be led by Pastor Mackenzie Jagger, joining us from First Presbyterian Church. If you wish to join us in prayer and or the Pledge of Allegiance, I ask that you stand if you're so capable of doing so.
Let's pray together. Holy God, we want to thank you for the city of Muskegon. Thank you for all the children who play here, the teachers and the leaders who inspire us, the artists who help us to dream and to hope, the scientists and the builders and everyone in between. Thank you for the sparkling waves along our beaches and the blaze of red and orange leaves that light up our dark autumn days. We know that you love this place and all the people and the creatures who call it home, so please help us to take care of it. Teach us to approach one another with care and curiosity. Show us how to look after our lakes and rivers. Fill our city with joy, hope, and unity. Help us work together so that we can thrive together. Help us make Muskegon a city where everyone is safe and everyone belongs. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. Now we have roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor St. Clair.
Here.
Mayor Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Kilgo.
Here.
Commissioner Keener. Absent. Commissioner German.
Here.
Commissioner Gorman.
Here.
Commissioner Cochin. Here.
Thank you. All right, first up, under Honors, Awards, and Presentations, we have an introduction of a new staff member within our Community Neighborhood Services Department. So, you care to come up and do an introduction, Director Carson, or whoever's can introduce us to Ms. Lakshmi? Oh, our Development Service Director.
Good evening. Sorry for the wait.
Good evening.
We had a door malfunction, so there's some folks trying to get in. Good evening. My name is Jake Etcombe, Director of Development Services for the City of Muskegon, here to introduce our newest Community Development Specialist in the Community and Neighborhood Services Department. This is Lakshmi Prasad, and I'll let her say a couple words about her previous work experience, her first couple weeks on the job, so you can get to know her.
Good evening, everyone. As you said, my name is Lakshmi Prasad. I've been here with the city for the past 14 days. Prior to that, I worked for the Health West for 6 months as a recipient rights advisor And prior to that, I did 6 years of foster care and adoption with them. And I'm very happy to be here and to see the progress that is being made in the community.
Thank you. Well, we are happy to have you. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, now we're going on to public comment on agenda items. I've received several forms. I'm going to start with residents and take them as they come. First up, we have Mark Schultz joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood, Harbortown specifically. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. My name is Mark Schultz, and I'm representing the Harbortown Condominium Association in regard to item N, that's Nancy, on the agenda relative to construction of 28 additional condominium units. The original Harbortown development was started in the early 1990s, and the PUD at that time was 250 units. Of the planned 250, 190 were actually constructed. This current PUD amendment would infill 28 more units. They would be located in the same places that the original PUD had outlined them. Harbortown Condos Association has partnered with Boscraft Homes of Holland to be our developer, sales, and construction agent. Representing Boscraft Homes tonight is Mr. Kyle Haas. He's their Director of Construction. The PUD amendment forwarded to the City Commission by the Planning Commission had five conditions attached to it. One being a turnaround at the end of Channel View Point, a second being an additional fire hydrant on Channel View. A stormwater permit would be required to be obtained, landscaping plan to be presented, and that's in the works, and sidewalks to be installed in the Harbortown development. This final item, the sidewalks, is a severe financial burden to us, to the Harbortown Condo Association, and may in fact cause this project not to go forward. We simply cannot afford it, and we cannot spend money that we don't have. I would also mention that the original PUD from the 1990s included requirements for sidewalks. For some reason, that was never enforced. Included in the Planning Commission notes that were attached to the recommendation, the sidewalks that indicated installation could be problematic, mainly due to some steep driveway inclines, mature landscaping, and that some walkway options may in fact be cost prohibitive. An option that the Planning Commission did propose was a pedestrian bike lane to be painted on the existing street surface. We would ask that the City Commission approve the PUD amendment without the sidewalk installation requirement. In place of this requirement, we ask that the City Commission consider a special assessment district for Harbortown sidewalks. These comments are made so that you may make a fully informed decision. Thank you for your review. Mr. Haas and myself are available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you joining us this evening.
Thank you.
And my office hours earlier. Next up, we have Karen Kendra, also joining us from Beechwood Bluffton. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. My name is Karen Kendra. I live at 1430 Nelson Street, and I am here to express my concerns regarding the Harbortown PUD agreement. I purchased my home in 1996. Under the terms of the original PUD, the plan was for 2 condo buildings behind my property. This amendment increases the density directly behind my property to 3 buildings, 12 condos total. The area in question is a very narrow strip of land. I am concerned that this additional building will greatly affect the property value of my residence. Also, I have concerns regarding the setbacks from my property line, the elevation of the additional building, privacy between the condos and Nelson Street residents, and parking along West Harbortown Circle. The prior builder chose not to try to squeeze 3 buildings into this area. With 12 condo units behind my property, I am concerned that when I try to sell my residence, I will have difficulty in finding a buyer at my home's current value. This area of Nelson, Rogers, Watson, and Beat Streets currently consists of 9 STRs out of 25 total homes, or 36%. Obviously, this is a desired area for investment properties, with the potential limitations being imposed on the number of short-term rentals allowed in an area. This pretty much eliminates the option of selling my property to an investment group. I anticipate a major drop in my potential sales price as a result. At the time of the building of the current West Harbor Town Circle condos, my fellow Nelson Street residents with property abutting Harbor Town met with Brenda Moore, the then head of Muskegon's Planning Department. During this meeting, discussion took place regarding the necessity to have a buffer area between the properties. It was decided to put in native pines as that buffer. As former city manager Brian Mazad stated at the recent Planning Commission meeting, Harbor Town put in lots of trees. None of those trees were put in behind my property. Unfortunately for my neighbors at 1386 Nelson, those trees have been cut down in the past year. They now have completely open views of the 6 units behind their residence, and I included pictures with my email. Finally, this area of West Harbor Town Circle has a lack of parking for guests. The size of the driveways for the current condos allows for 1 vehicle to fit in the driveway. Parking along West Harbor Town Circle is limited to one side of the street. Where are all the visitors to the current residence plus 3 additional buildings for the new residents going to park? Perhaps the original builder knew that a small parking lot would be needed in the area. It would explain why he didn't include the 3rd building in this plan. Instead, he chose a small parking lot. It is for these reasons that I would ask that the Harbor Town Amendment either be denied or remain unchanged from the original PUD plan of 2 buildings behind my property. I would ask that the buffer of trees be required in the landscape plan and that the trees cut down behind 1386 Nelson be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us this evening. And good to see you at my office hours earlier as well. All right. Next up, we have Mr. Doug Gaynor, also joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. I'm here to support the amendment to the PUD, but more importantly to item N5, which is the sidewalks. And I know there have been discussions. My interest really is not only do we want the sidewalks, but there's the 2-year recommendation from the Planning Commission is really unacceptable. There's no way that if we do the work to install the sidewalks, besides an architect, an engineer, getting approvals from the city, if there's any environmental issues, doing some kind of a financial program with putting in asphalt. The asphalt company shut down in November, which means from November through probably April, there's absolutely no way that we are able to obtain the asphalt in order to construct the sidewalk. And that's in a 2-year period. That's like almost a year. So we're down to 1 year that we might be able to construct. So I'd like you to take that into consideration, and at some point, the consideration would be to either extend from 2 years to 4 years or whatever, and hold Harbor Town in whatever financial arrangements made to a 4-year program where we would have the opportunity and the time in order to construct, if that's our job, if this whole project goes through. So that's the deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaynor. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Brian Mazade, also joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Commissioner. Good evening. I want to speak to the Harbor Town PUD development as well. I'm here to support the development. I think it meets the goals of the city to add additional housing to the city. But I want to talk specifically about the sidewalk requirement. The Planning Commission added the requirement of sidewalks on West Harbor Town and East Harbor Town Circle. And by doing so, what ends up happening is majority of those sidewalks aren't even in the project area. And so while the scope of the sidewalk requirements is not well defined, We don't have an exact cost, but what we do know is that it will cost several $100,000 to implement these sidewalks. So putting the sidewalks in my opinion, is cost prohibitive. I can say with some certainty that that kind of expense will not be approved by the members of the Harbortown Condo Association. As such, I don't think the proposed development will likely move forward if that requirement is included in the approval. And so in that case, neither the 28 new homes nor the sidewalks will be constructed in that case. So I'm here to ask the City Commission to approve the amendment to the Harbortown condominium development and not require the sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zaid. Appreciate you joining us. Next up, we have Barb Bukett. Bukett.
I can do that.
All right, joining us from Beechwood Bluffton. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. My name is Barb Bukett. I also live in Harbortown in the city of Muskegon. I'm a past president and board member of the association, and I'm attending tonight's meeting to ask for the commission to please approve the proposed amendment without the requirement for sidewalks. Prior to tonight's meeting, I sent all of you a letter indicating the reasons that I object to the sidewalks and my suggestion for a pedestrian bike lane as an alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us. I think that concludes the Harbortown PUD items. All right, moving on to STRs. Nina Lees joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood.
Hello.
Welcome.
Nina Lees, Bluffton Beechwood. So Destiny Keener, or Commissioner Keener, talked about the neighborhood that she lives in at the last commissioner meeting. I really got a bit more about this, and she talked about how there's like the 3 streets, they're only a couple blocks long, they know all their neighbors, they kind of help each other out, and I think that all of us could really relate to that. I saw a lot of relate to that. And much like the neighborhood I grew up in, Bluffton, for those who aren't familiar with, I know the board, you're pretty familiar with it, fairly small neighborhood. We border on Muskegon Lake, Sand Docks property, and Lakeshore Drive. So this is what it was like 30 years ago, where we just had full-time residents, we had renters. Almost every other house had kids, a lot of neighborhoods, we'd help each other with things. So this is today. These are the short-term rentals in Bluffton today, in this time frame. So this is the type of saturation that we're talking about in this area. You can see several abutting properties. I know that part of your amendment is to kind of deal with that. So this isn't just unique to Bluffton. If you go along Beechwood, there's only about 10 to 12 houses that actually have full-time residents on Beach Street itself. Previous person just talked about how their area is heavily concentrated. And so now if you look at Beechwood, and this is where it's migrating along. And it started at the Beach Street, and then I went to Bluffton, and then now it's going into Beechwood, and many of you comment how they're popping up in your areas. You may only have 1 or 2. So Beechwood now, small neighborhood. We border on Muskegon Lake, the Country Club, Norton Shores. And here's what we have today in terms of our concentration. In just 6 years, we were up to 19. And Commissioner Keener talked about, well, we're only talking 39 units. And these two together add up to 39 in just this area. So that doesn't count for the other 34. There are along Beach Street and all the other areas. So in looking at this, it's not just about Zone 1 that I live in, but I've lived in Glenside. At that time, we didn't have any. I know you're starting to see some next to you, Commissioner Cochin. St. Clair, you're seeing them in Lakeside. You're being surrounded. it's migrating along, and it's important to get the cap so that you as a city can help to manage to have that balance of what we've all talked about relative to what we want in a community, what we're looking for, and what we want to share with visitors. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us this evening. And Dan Leask joining us from Beechwood Bluffton. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. Dan Lees, Beechwood Bluffton. Thank you, Mayor Johnson and Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. The last time I was here at the City Council meeting, I ended my speech with a quote by Coretta Scott King. The greatness of your community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. And isn't that why we're all here today? We each care so much for our community, which is a common thread connecting us all, regardless of which side we're on. I appreciate the effort which has been put into the STR issue by everyone on all sides over the past 2 years. It's been a long journey. As we move beyond this evening, we need to work together as a collective community and across all neighborhoods. As Nina mentioned, it's about the whole city. It's not just about one area. We need to implement the caps while at the same time enforcing the newly adopted guidelines. Together, we can all make a positive difference in our community. This includes being vigilant in not issuing additional licenses, specifically in areas that are already over the 4% cap. It should be noted that Beechwood Bluffton is currently reported at 8.4%, which is twice the proposed cap. Nina showed you those numbers. We need to all work towards the rebalancing of our neighborhoods to retain the community feel, which is important to all of us. During my career at General Motors, I was always taught to bring forward solutions, not just problems. I would like to suggest that the city establish a seasonal STR coordinator position from Memorial Day through Labor Day. Possibly a summer student for next summer, as this would be the first summer under the new caps and guidelines. The job description could include being a point person for any issues, creating, enhancing, and monitoring a database for STRs, implementing the 3 strikes rule, connecting with rental agencies, as well as recommending adjustments to the policies and procedures during the season. In closing, I offer a beautiful quote by Helen Keller: "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lees. Grateful to have you this evening. Next up, we have Andrea Singleton joining us from Twin Lake. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Hi. Thanks for joining us, Commissioner Keener, because what I have to say doesn't make sense if you're not here. What I want to do tonight is give you a cautionary tale. I want all of you to imagine that we're 15, 20 years down the road. Some of us are retired, some of us are close. We have a brand new commission, a brand new mayor, and they have decided they don't like food trucks. They're going to put a cap on food trucks. They're going to tell the food truck owners that they can't be where the people are. I'm sorry, what?
No back and forth.
Excuse me. But it's okay, because we're only, going 16 blocks to the left. So it doesn't matter that these 38 people are going to be negatively impacted. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm trying to wrap my mind around what just happened. Give me just a minute. So my question to this committee, to this commission, is what happens then? What happens in 20 years when the next policymakers decide that they don't like something different? Whether it's small or large, what if it affects you, or you, or you? Then is it going to be fair to say that it's only affecting 38 or 39? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singleton. Grateful to have you this evening. One more that just arrived on this topic. Mr. Roberto Viate. Roberto, you're up. Joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood, and you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Okay. First of all, I think that short-term rentals, they are kind of a dual-purpose property. In my case, I do summer rentals for the people who want to come here during the summer to visit for obvious reasons. And in the off-season, I almost always have somebody that's staying there as transitional housing or emergency housing or some other sort of housing. So, when we're trying to solve the housing problem, I think the short-term rentals actually have a very important purpose here. In my case, my properties are very unique. I own the Bluffton Church, and I made a big effort to preserve that piece of history of Bluffton. And I was really kind of worried that it was going to be torn down or altered in some way that would destroy the history of that particular building. I live 2 doors away from that building, and I look after it like it's like a child. And I take very good care of it, and I vet my guests very carefully. I've never had a problem. I've been a resident here since 2006. I own and live in my home in Bluffton, which is the hotbed of this issue. I invested my life savings in several long-term rentals and 2 short-term rentals here. The changes being voted on today may destroy all of my efforts, literally 40 years of work. I've been a good neighbor, a good landlord, a good host. Not once has a neighbor voiced any complaints to me, not Jack Page nor anyone else. I truly believe that a few angry people have turned a molehill into a mountain, and that the city is acting capriciously and without total disregard for my ability to function in the manner which was implied when I applied and paid for building permits, rental permits, and designed and built 2 of my properties uniquely to suit short-term rental use. Nobody from the city ever suggested that one day this would be stripped from me and that my hard work and investment would be in vain. Please do not vote to support these restrictions on short-term rentals, including but not limited to the percentage cap and the permit use transferability issues. These changes are being imposed unfairly on many of us who are not big investors nor people who can afford the financial loss that will result. These changes are being made in response to uncorroborated complaints and many fictitious problems that are not supported by data nor by the public safety department records. There may in fact be properties with routine problems. But why not address the issues directly with them, and why punish the others who are in perfect compliance?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good to have you here this evening. All right, that's all the forms that I've gotten on agenda items. So we got another one coming. A couple more. All right, next up we have Jill Stevenson joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. Hi. At this point, I think all the various stats and numbers have been presented, and it's evident that you've all grown very wary of this topic. I get that, but I'm here again today because this topic doesn't get to go away from me after this meeting. It's something I have to live with every day for the foreseeable future. My request isn't unreasonable. I believe that if any of you were in my shoes, you'd be asking for the same changes and hoping for the same outcomes. I don't have large sums of money or influential associations to champion my homeowner rights or investments to make power plays. What I do have is you, the city commissioners, some of whom I voted for because at the time I believe you shared my concerns on this issue. At the last meeting, we heard about the impact on retirement plans for business owners in this room. But what about the everyday citizen who doesn't have the luxury of passive income and multiple homes to build retirement? What about the citizen who worked in the trades, endured long commutes when jobs were scarce, and hustled with 1 or more jobs to make ends meet? Their one home might be all they have. Their one home is where they built lasting relationships with neighbors and found a sense of belonging. Their one home might be their only retirement plan. What I'm asking for isn't much. It's simply balance and the enforcement of that balance for my community. Please vote yes to the creation of a short-term rental ordinance. Help preserve the fabric of our neighborhoods and protect the investments of everyday citizens who have given everything to build a life here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. Grateful to have you here this evening. Next up on this issue is Mr. Ed Bodman joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood.
Thank you. At the last commission meeting, late kind of in the game, it was added a one-term transferability option to the initial proposal. I represent a group of several short-term rental owners that live in this community that are not for that option. And I think that some of the conversations that have taken place over the last couple of years have brought our community together, I think probably enough for us to resolve this on our own. So tonight I'm asking you to vote against this amendment and to let us work with our community and neighbors to resolve this going forward. The additional fees and the additional handbook and regulations that have already been passed in this community are enough so that we can go forward together and resolve that. I ask you to give us that time and to vote against this tonight and anything further on this topic and throw it back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bodman. Thanks for sharing your perspective with us this evening. All right. Before I change up topics, is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on short-term rentals, the short-term rental ordinance? Mr. Voges, would you like to speak? Oh, just got your form. All right.
Jeff Borges.
Good evening. 3 minutes.
Good evening, and my property that I grew up in is at 1438 Beach Street. I actually was neighbors or went to school with Nina. Her sister graduated with me, so I've known her since I was a kid. I went to Bluffton School and all that, and so I'll reiterate what Roberto was saying and some others, that I'm really hoping that you will reconsider the issue of transferability, because that house that I grew up in is really my retirement nest egg, and I only own half of it. My sister owns the other half, and she lives in Las Vegas. And so I do plan in 5 years or so to sell that house. And obviously I'd like to get the most out of it as I can, and STR transferability is a big part of that. I've also never had a problem with that. I have a hard copy of rules that I keep right on the refrigerator and go over with my guests, that I prohibit parties. Now, I know people are going to have fun and everything like that, but I'm precise and accurate. And one of the rental rules is, that quiet time is after sunset or 11 o'clock on weekends, and take it inside or whatever. So I cater to families, and I do police that up. That's my house. It's where I grew up, and take very good care of it. And I certainly don't want any frat house spring break mentality going on in my place. I've never had any problems. But in short, I just wish you would really consider that. I know it might be kind of labor intensive to look at this property per property, but there's never been any problem with my place. And I really want to get the most out of it when I do sell. And transferability is a big part of that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Borges. Appreciate you joining us this evening. All right. And that's all the forms remaining. I still have a couple more, but they're not related to short-term rentals. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on short-term rentals at this moment? Okay. Before we're going to phones, Going to handle these final two public comment forms. First up, we have Laura Swenson joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Laura, I see there's several items you wish to speak on. A few of them are on the agenda, other ones not, and one's a public hearing. Can you speak on the items on the public
Agenda.
hearing we'll handle separately, so you'll be able to come back up during public hearing, give comment then. And then the item that's not on our agenda, you can handle at the end of the meeting under general public comment. But the remaining items, could you address with us this moment? And you have up to 3 minutes.
The 1221 Sanford Street
1221 Sanford Street, the playground.
and the algae harmful bloom.
Nope, that's not agenda item.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so.
So it looks like you've
1220
got items B, D, E, and
Yeah.
F
Yeah.
from the consent agenda. All those items would be
Thank you.
appropriate right this moment.
So 1221 Sanford, recently about a dozen of us got together September 21st, cleaned up that lot. We had made many inquiries, as well as the owners of new purchasers of rental property, trying to get information from the city and the land bank, and were unsuccessful. And that property, not only did we have to clean up the trash and the brush and spend the money on the chipper, but the lack of response and indication in working with us. That property is a very small piece of land, and we were told that the city had turned down, that the land trust had offered it to the city had turned it down, so I'm a little confused as to what is transpiring. So that's my first question. The playground, and the reason that there's multiple because of the playground investments. Just recently, signs went up at Samuel Lutheran. There's a toddler playground. And no one, on Sunday, I attended the church to say, do they know what's going on? And they said, no. There's a section on the sign, which is playground removal, saying that you can work on repair, but that had been taped over. So what we don't know is why was that done? And why has there been no public discussion? And the city is definitely investing in recreation playgrounds. And this happens to be a playground that toddlers, in particular, it has been a favorite spot. So we are very concerned about that. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Swenson. We'll have you back up during the public hearing, and then at the end of the meeting if you wish to stick around for general public comment. Appreciate you joining us. And the final public comment form I have, unless any more show up, I have Nashika Barty joining us from the Sheldon Park neighborhood. Welcome. And you have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Yes. Oh, well, my name is Nashika Barty. I'm here to represent the Boys and Girls Club of the Muskegon Lakeshore. I'm actually here to talk about a pavilion at Reese Park at 1685 Creston. I had the opportunity to be a site supervisor there this summer, and we serviced about 20 to 30 kids who we also fed every day. And I have lived in this city for 41 years, and this was the first summer that I got a visible tan. So covering would have been nice. And on the days that it rained, we would usually have to leave the park and go down to the clubhouse, which made it difficult for a lot of the parents. So I'm just here to politely ask for a pavilion out at Reese Park.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barty. Appreciate you joining us.
No problem.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience who would give public comment on an agenda item at this time? Other than a public hearing. That'll be later. Okay, we're going to go to the phones. That's 231-724-6721. If you're going to be calling in with public comment, please turn down any audio in the background. And when you're acknowledged, please provide your name and if you're calling from the city, which neighborhood you may be calling from. And if you're not calling from the city, what other township, village, or city you may be calling from. So we have a frame of reference. Again, that phone number is 231-724-6721.
RKP management.
All right. Well, we got Mr. Ratan Khatri joining us from the McLaughlin neighborhood.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it very much. My wife and I, we had our first Airbnb about 25 plus years ago on Beach Street. We ran it personally, operated on 4 summers, and then before we sold the property, we had a couple in Norton Shores off of Broadway. And we currently have a 4-unit on Lakeshore Drive in Nims, which is sort of in limbo due to the licensing and everything. And we already have a rental certificate. We've taken excellent care of the property for the last 4 years that we've owned it. And I think we have enhanced the neighborhood by, improving the property from what it was as a regular long-term rental with all the normal turnovers and everything else that people had when they were living there full time. And we would like the opportunity to get that unit certified as an Airbnb, and looking forward to being able to do the application. I think we've been very good neighbors for a very long time, and we've had rental property in Muskegon and Muskegon Heights for going on 30 years next year. And we comply with the rules and keep our neighbors happy as best we can. And I would like to be in favor of the transferability and the limitations. I have some questions on that, but I understand the purpose of it. But mostly, us people that do the Airbnbs, it's a business for us, and we'd like to be able to pass that business on to either to our heirs or to other people that want to be in that same business. And I think that our impact is more positive on the community with all the people that we bring in. Airbnbs wouldn't exist if families and people did not want to come to Muskegon and have a place to stay other than at a hotel. You can't have a pet of dogs or cats at your hotel room. You can't cook in your hotel room. So we provide a service that's in great demand, and I think it's been very, very positive for the city overall, what we have done. And we don't allow parties, we don't allow anything like that, and because we want to be good neighbors. So I'd like your consideration for all of the above, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kotry. Appreciate you calling us to share your perspective. I didn't hear anyone trying to call in during that one, so give it another moment for anyone else that may wish to call in. Again, that phone number is 231-724-6721. All right. Doesn't sound like we have any additional callers. Okay. Moving on to consent agenda. Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the consent agenda. Are there any items that you wish to have removed for separate deliberation and vote? Commissioner Keener.
Jay.
Okay. Commissioner German.
It's item C, item D, and item N.
Did you say D?
D as in David. D.
Okay.
N as in Nancy. N as in Nancy.
Okay.
And I said C also, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Commissioner Kilgo.
Item A is an apple.
And Commissioner Cochin, did I see your hand up?
A is an apple.
Yes, the item L, llama.
All right, if there are no others, then Commissioners, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented, minus items A, C, D, J, L, and N.
Support.
All right, a motion by Commissioner Keener, supported by Commissioner German. If there's no remarks before voting, roll call, please.
Commissioner Cochin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo?
Yes.
Commissioner Keener?
Yes.
Commissioner German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, first item A, approval of minutes. Commissioner Kilgo.
I move to approve the minutes from the October 7th, 2024 meeting.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Kilgo, supported by Vice Mayor St. Clair. Do you want in your motion, I imagine you're going to be making a correction, do you want your motion to feature the correction versus make an amendment to your motion subsequently?
Yes, I would like my motion to include a correction.
Okay, can you specify that?
Yes, the correction from the Apple Avenue resolution, our minutes reflect that we were all yays. I was a nay on that motion.
All right, so we have a motion to adopt the approval of minutes with the clarification on the Apple Avenue resolution, a nay vote by Commissioner Kilgo. And that is supported by Vice Mayor St. Clair. All right, there's no further discussion, or any discussion. I think it's pretty straightforward. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, next item, C, general fund transfers for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Move to approve the general funds transfer of $50,000 to the public service fund in order to avoid filing a deficit elimination plan with the state of Michigan.
Good evening, Commissioners. How
Can I
you
get
doing?
can I get a support?
Support.
All right, motion by Commissioner German, supported by Commissioner Kilgo. Good evening. Care to introduce yourself and report out on this item?
Commissioners and Mayor. Kenneth Grant, Finance Director.
Welcome. What's this item? Can you let us know
This
what's going on
item
here?
is, we just conducted our audit. We're still in the process of doing our audit. And during the audit, they discovered that we need to transfer $50,000 to the public, it's actually Public Service Building Fund, to avoid it going in a negative balance. So we're recommending to move $50,000 to that fund from the general fund. So we won't have to do a deficit elimination plan in January.
All right. Thank you, Director Grant. Before I go to you, Commissioner German, for any questions, legal counsel, do we need to amend the motion just to add the building?
Either
Or
as a friendly or as a.
Okay. Would you care to amend your motion to reference Public Services Building Fund?
Okay. Yes.
All right. And Commissioner Kilgo, you supported that? You support the new motion with reference to Public Services Building Fund?
Yes.
Okay. We've got a motion by Commissioner German, supported by Commissioner Kilgo. Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Grant, for that explanation. That I just had some concerns, about the $50,000 being transferred out of the general fund, and that building fund. How did we end up in a deficit?
Sometimes before we do our audit, we look at our numbers, but we also get an audit with our OPEB, as other post-employee benefits. And sometimes once we do that and the auditor sees what our pension fund or other benefits need, our costs may exceed what we budgeted. And so sometimes we have to make a small adjustment for that after the audit, because it's not cash based, it's based on what our pension and other benefits cost.
Okay, that seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, thank you for that explanation. Appreciate it.
So our auditor, he recommended that we do this because he saw that after the audit, we couldn't see it based on looking at cash and inflows and stuff like that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Do you have anything, Commissioner Kilgo?
Yeah, just a quick question. So in the building fund, our retirement fund, those funds normally come out of the building, this fund?
Yeah, we have, so every fund, every fund has employees and things like that, and so some of those benefits come from whatever fund that they are allocated to.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this item? No? All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman. Yes. Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a good evening.
Next item, D, Game Time Playground Grant for Smith Ryerson Park. Commissioner German.
Okay, thanks again, Mayor. I move to authorize staff to enter into a contract with St. Clair Recreation in the amount of $178,000 for the purchase and installation of a new playground at Smith Ryerson Park.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner German, supported by Vice Mayor St. Clair. Welcome, sir. Care to introduce yourself and report out on this item, please?
Yeah, Kyle Krzyzewski, Director of Parks and Recreation for City of Muskegon. So this is for a grant that has matching funds, 50% off the structures, for a new playground at Smith Ryerson Park. through our master plan survey, got a lot of feedback and support for Smith Ryerson, and then through our capital improvement plan, that was one of the goals, was to improve a lot of playgrounds. And so one of our probably our largest park on the east side, we had a lot of support, and we're excited to move forward with a new playground at that location.
Thank you. Commissioner German.
Yeah, thank you, Director. Yeah, this is good for the community and also the kids. I'm glad to see this. This is in the ward that I oversee, in Ward 2 down in the Jackson Hill area. I spent a lot of time there growing up in that area also, at the Smith Ryerson Center, which is now the Sim Ray Center. And I just really glad to see a playground go down there, for the kids, and something more safe and secure for the kids. Also, now, question, this may be a little bit off, but I know we talked about some other things happening down there at Smith Ryerson, like, for instance, Wi-Fi capability. And I'd like to talk with you later about that, but I stay on topic with this here also.
Okay.
And probably some more basketball rims and need to be updated too. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Vice Mayor St. Clair, as the seconder of the motion, do you have anything to ask Brad at this time?
Only that I'm excited to see the improvement.
Here, here. Commissioners, anything else you wish to ask Brad at this time? Commissioner Cochin.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that I'm appreciative that the city is going to be putting the playground equipment here, and saw that we had gotten the grant for that, and I think that that's going to be a really good thing for the city. And I want to make sure that we remember that there's a lot more parks that still need more playground equipment, so don't forget, especially Campbell Field.
Yes, and we would have had some new ones in your ward. However, the master planning is yet to be complete at Campbell, and this in game time doesn't have a natural playground, which I know we've discussed, and that's a big need or a big desire at Cruzy Park for their master planning. So that's why you're not seeing anything in your ward at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin. Commissioner Keener.
I am just really excited about Smith Ryerson. I spent a good deal of my life down there. My grandmother stays right there at Jackson Hill Apartments, and a lot of those grandparents keep their grandchildren there. I would love to see a little bit better seating down there for grandparents, because a lot of them keep their grandchildren, especially in the summer down there. But I'm super excited because there's so many kids in that neighborhood that utilize that park, whether it's football or just coming for basketball or just coming out and having family events. So I'm really ecstatic about the time you all have put into developing this plan.
Definitely. And if you could scroll down a little bit to show the picture, just to brag a little bit here. We do have some benches worked into it, or that's not the whole packet. We do have some benches worked into it, and also we had created a little zip line, and we had them add a universal zip line that's got that will give someone in a wheelchair the ability to use it as well. So, it's something we're really excited about.
Good job.
Awesome. Yeah, looking forward to it for sure. All right, anything else, commissioners? Thank you, Director Archesky. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair, Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. Item J, creation of a short-term rental ordinance. This is a second reading. Commissioner Keener.
I move to approve the request to amend section 2314 of the zoning ordinance to create a short-term rental ordinance as presented.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Keener, supported by Vice Mayor St. Clair. Director Echolm, please introduce yourself, and I know we've talked about this at length, but if you just want to give a synopsis of where we're at right now with this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good evening again. I am Director
Jake Etcombe of the Development Services Division, and as was mentioned, this is a second reading of the proposed short-term rental regulation ordinance. It's been put together through a combination of public engagement, planning department research, and commission feedback work sessions. So the Planning Commission passed one form of the ordinance a couple months back, and then a couple of conditions were added by the City Commission at a later date, including the transferring of licenses and the expiration of exemption granted during moratorium. And so as it stands in your packet is as it's proposed today. And I'm here to do my best to answer any questions.
Okay. And when you say transference, that's the one-time transferability for current SDR owners.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for clarification's sake, Commissioner Keener.
First and foremost, we all know I'm over this. I'm so over this. And second off, I'm really disappointed about the number of people that had so much to say about this, the number of calls, and we didn't try to be as fair as possible with this, and we didn't say it, we can bring it back to the drawing board. A number of commissioners have said we can bring it back to the drawing board if this does not work. And still, we continue to get calls, almost threatening like calls. I'm so over it. We're trying to do the best we can for everybody. Excuse me, I was not even supposed to be here right now. I have family situations going on, but I'm here right now. But I am just so irritated about this. Everybody want to have their way. And to the lady who said, who tried to compare apples with oranges about a food truck, thank you for bringing that up, because I did have to comply with an ordinance that was brought up for my food truck. Just so you know, ma'am, I had to comply. And I was not even at that meeting, nor had any kind of due diligence for that meeting, but had to comply. A whole $10,000 comply. And who got $10,000 like that looked like me? So I just wanted to bring that out there. Sometimes we just got to make adjustments, and we come back to the drawing board. That is what the great thing about being in a small city is that you can come back to the drawing board if it does not work. We simply did this so that there would be housing for the multitude of unhoused people and the multitude of people that still want to live out and about on the lakeshore. We still want to have housing for the multitude of people that can still not afford $125,000 or $150,000 house. We want to have housing. So sometimes as a neighborhood, as a community, and y'all ain't acting like community right here with this short-term rental stuff. I don't see no community at all. I'm disgusted at it. I'm irritated with it. We done said what we gonna say. We done tried to make adjustments. We done tried to be lenient. We done came back to the drawing board 11 times. And we just trying to do the best we can for our entire community. So if y'all can't accept that we willing to come back to the drawing board and if it don't work, we willing to come back to the drawing board, what else can we give here? And that's all I got to say about that. And I hope we vote in a right way that everybody is considered throughout this community. That's it. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Keener. Vice Mayor St. Clair, were you the support the motion?
I was.
If I recall correctly? Okay, Vice Mayor St. Clair.
Thank you. We have talked about this for a couple years now. I'm not as tired of this as some. We do hard work because it's important. I will certainly not deny the fact that this has been hard work, and we've taken a lot of heat from everyone, and I do encourage everyone to remember that we're people who care. That's why we're here. There's nobody up here that doesn't care deeply about this community. You do not do this work that is barely compensated without being deeply invested in this community. And there's no easy way forward on this. I feel like I've said it, to quote Commissioner Keener, 11 times, but it continues to be true. This is one of those issues that people have very strong feelings about, and it's not matter of compliance. We can't compliance our way out of what a community feels like. And while I understand the short-term rental operators' wishes that we could just create rules that they could follow because they would follow them and we could fix this, that's not the case. And that has become very clear to me that it's not a matter of parties and problems. It's a matter of losing the feel of neighborhoods where people live and play and want to raise families and continue in this beautiful place that we call home. I think that it's a quality of life issue, and you can't legislate that. There is no way to change how people act on vacation, even if they don't mean harm. They're louder. They bring a different attitude when you're on vacation. You're not really thinking about your impact on the people around you because you're not there for long and you don't have the relationships. And even if you're not actively doing harm, you're probably a little irritating. And we can all handle a little irritation a little bit of the time, but when you get a rock in your shoe and you can never take the rock out of your shoe, sometimes it makes you want to cut your foot off. So, again, it goes back to I completely understand and respect the short-term rental owners' place on this, and I wish that we could regulate our way out of this in a way without impacting people's livelihood. The economy is deeply important, but if we can't take care of the people who live here and have invested in this community, all of them, not just the business owners, then what are we doing? We're trying to come up with opportunity for everyone. Part of the negative impact of this moratorium has been that there's lots of people waiting in line right now in neighborhoods that have nothing to do with Beechwood and Bluffton and Lakeside. And we're blocking opportunity for a lot of the city while we wrestle with this. And I'm okay with taking the time that we need to take to do a good job. But I am deeply aware that there are people who have made an investment that were hoping to start recouping their cost over the summertime. And they couldn't because we've had this moratorium in place while we try and resolve this issue. And the longer that we drag this on, the harder it is for them too. We've been hyper focused on, the 38 properties or something in Beechwood, Bluffton. But there's 368 other possibilities in the city right away if we pass this ordinance. It's a great community in places other than right on the beach. There's lots of investment opportunity in other areas than those specific neighborhoods. I'd like to see that love spread around a little bit, and I think that this ordinance gives us a really good opportunity to do that. So I supported it last time. I still support it. We regulate everything. It's part of how we keep a civil society. This isn't outside of the scope of what we would do with anything. Commissioner Keener spoke about the food trucks. There's all kinds of rules about food trucks. And you know what? I want that. I want there to be lots of rules around food trucks because that's what keeps us alive. Like, sometimes it's really basic and sometimes it's really important. On the issue of transferability, I'm comfortable supporting the one-time transfer because that gives the people who have made their investment the opportunity to recoup their investment. And that is going to give you opportunities that no one else in Beechwood Bluffton is going to have because you are sitting currently on a gold mine. If we pass this, you are going to be the only ones who have a shot at that. And I'm not a business person, I'm a social worker, right? But I do understand supply and demand. And if you have the only supply that is going to be available for the foreseeable future, you're probably going to have people lining up wanting to take that one-time transferability off your hands. And in the meantime, you own the business and you can do what you will with it. So I'm going to support this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor St. Clair. Commissioners, Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On this topic, I was pretty clear before, and I try to look at things and take a pragmatic approach about things. And I know it can get frustrating when we have these long discussions. You know, I've been on the commission for quite some time now, and I'm used to this. Sometimes you're going to have long discussions, and it's going to take time to come to some type of agreement, ordinance. And that was one of the things that, you know, I said in my questionnaire when running for re-election, to look at a way that we can put an ordinance in place and possibly a cap. Now I'm looking at the approach, how this came about from a last meeting, because I look at things from a factual base. Let me just state, I do understand the concerns and that other commissioners have, and short-term rental owners and business owners that you have. But at that planning session that approved this plan, but without the transferability, you know, I find it, you know, it was said unanimously, but all commissioners was not there also. And I believe City Manager, you was there at the time, Mayor, you was there, and who else was there? Commissioner Keener, were you there?
No.
You wasn't there, okay. But, I mean, that could be, you know, going against what the Planning Commission required, you know, to do it without a transferability, you know, and then coming up with a plan on the commission meeting on the 8th of October, which we had no discussion about this at the work session, about a one-time transferability. I find it very perplexing. And if that was mentioned, I must have been asleep or something. I don't think I was asleep. But, you know, looking at a way that we could actually work through it, and I look at, you know, the investment that, you know, business people have put into that property, and after looking at the research that I've done, most of it was done, I mean, most of these were like in the Beechwood, Bluffton area, close to the lake. Now we extended it with an overlay and bringing it into, you know, the urban area, which is good for business owners. But the reason I'm opposed of this is because how it was done. I think we should have had more discussion. I found a diplomatic way to look at how we can be more inclusive, how we handle this, because we're going to give it opportunity to a few, but, you know, what about the other investors that's coming in? They won't have that option. So that's you know, my concern, and it just doesn't seem equitable. And you know, we can go back and forth on this, but when you put the proposal on a scale and try to balance it out, well, it's going to be unbalanced, because, you know, few people don't have the same opportunity that we're giving others for this one-time transferability for the permits. So I'm not in favor of it. I think we should have took our time, and I don't like the approach that when we came to the meeting on the 8th of October, this was presented without, and I didn't hear anything from nobody. This was, you know, new to me. So, and I don't like just pushing things through like that. I never have. So that's where I'm at, and that's where I stand.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Commissioner Cochin.
The one word that comes to mind every time I think about this issue is fear. And I think that there is fear all the way around. fear that our neighborhoods have lost their neighborhood feel, and that our neighbors who were once there for us when, you know, our grandma fell might not be there because it's owned by somebody else. Fear that people have invested a lot, sometimes the entirety of their savings, into doing this after the city supported it and invited people to come here and do this. And the fear of messing it all up, right? That one's on me. I have not slept well in a while thinking about how I don't want to mess this up, because I think it's important. I think our neighbors are important. I think at one point in time we were very, very, very close to having a solution that both sides were not happy about, but we could live with. And I feel like that is completely devolved. And I'm disappointed that that's where we're at. I hear Vice Mayor St. Clair's points, as well as Commissioner German's points, and Commissioner Keener's. We can take this back to the table. This does not need to die here. Something that I said during my campaign still holds true. I believe and support our residents who live here and are doing this properly and are good neighbors and stewards to the community. I think that that's important that we have that, because everything's too darn expensive. Let's just be honest. If you have to supplement your income that way, that's what you got to do. And I fully support you doing that, as long as you're being a good neighbor and as long as you're being, a good person. At the end of the day, I don't have an answer for what the perfect solution is, and I don't know if it's something that we need to work more on. But those are my thoughts for right now. Oh, one more. Actually, I do have a question. Can you come back to me?
Certainly. Thank you, Commissioner Cochin. Commissioner Kilgo.
Thank you. Short-term rentals, yay. First and foremost, I want to say I've been approached by members of the public in a threatening manner. I'm 6'4". You can come and approach me in a threatening manner, but it's not the proper way for us to get the right answers. I won't need you, Jake. You're all set. Thanks, brother. So no matter what topic that we talk about at City Council, I'm an educated man. You can come and have a conversation with me. We can have an educated conversation to try to find the best solution for our community. That's the best way for us to handle things. Beechwood Bluffton is monopolizing this conversation. There are, just in my ward, there's 2 STRs in 3 different zones of this STR throughout the whole city. What about the east side of the city? What about short-term rental opportunities on the east side of the city? I think that we need to put some things in place. We need to monitor it, see how it goes. Here is the reality. Let's say we vote no. We say no, we're not going to pass it because it's not right. This side thinks transferability. This side says just take all the transferability away. No matter what happens, if we vote yes or no on this, every single one of those STRs the young lady talked about at public comment that are red on her map are still going to be STRs tomorrow, no matter which way we vote. So let's put our rules in place. Let's monitor it. Let's see how it goes. I'm in favor for transferability. Why? Because then one of these STR owners, they want to go and sell their property. They'll put it on the market, and then it's open to everybody. Without transferability, they'll say, I'm not going to sell it. I'm going to hold on to it until I die. So that's just my opinion. And I've talked to the STR owners. with the one-time transferability, we might have a chance to still lower the number. So I'm in favor of us putting it in place, but because there's one neighborhood or one of these zones that is really dominating our conversation, I think that we need to be fair to the rest of the city, because there are opportunities in the rest of our city where people want to, let's say, have a cheaper or a lower priced STR and say, hey, I want to be by the highway because I have to go north or I have to go south or something like that. I think there are other opportunities in our city. I could talk about the topic for hours, but my point remains that no matter which way we vote on it, our neighborhood that is dominating the conversation, it's not going to be perfect for this side or for that side. I think that we have a very fair compromise that we've come to, and we need to put that in place and monitor it and see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Before I go back to Commissioner Cochin, I want to give Commissioner Gorman an opportunity to weigh in on a first time, if she'd like to right now.
Yes. Yeah, I don't need to dwell on this. I would just offer, as I've been, sorry too, I have a cold. I would just offer, as I've been thinking about this, I know transferability is back, but at the last meeting we talked about there's creative opportunities for those around transferability. So I know it's not really part of the discussion anymore. But in further reflection and research, I also think there are going to be creative opportunities found around short-term rentals, fractional ownership in homes. I think we're going to be back here trying to manage that before it gets ahead of us. So I'd rather utilize the tools we have in place now for one neighborhood specifically to see what compromise we can come to there. And I'm just worried that by voting in favor of this tonight, it's going to speed up those other creative opportunities, and we're going to be worse off in the situation for the type of legal neighbors, but may not be neighbors that we're hearing so much dialogue about, not wanted in our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Commissioner Gorman. Commissioner Cochin.
I will.
I think did I see Commissioner Cochin?
I will make Jake. Welcome back, Director Epcom. I have two questions. One is, what is currently being done about the non-registered short-term rentals that are potentially operating in the city?
That's a good question. Thank you. So our division, Development Services, along with the Public Safety Division, specifically the Inspections Department, consistently monitor, both through our code enforcement side of things, which are our staff that are out in the field, as well as the rental inspectors that handle the short-term rental inspections. They consistently monitor online booking and other indicators that could potentially show the use of a short-term rental without its registration, and they cross-reference that against the database that they maintain of registered short-term rentals. That's the proactive steps, and then we also obviously reactive to people who report potentially unregistered short-term rentals.
So if somebody were to be reporting a unregistered short-term rental and they're not seeing anything being done about it, what do you think is the likely reason why?
For that, is that a hypothetical situation?
No.
Okay. So I can't speak to the specific incident because, again, it would be handled by Public Safety, not Development Services. I would guess, to venture a guess and speculate, though I don't want to, it would be that there is a process of investigation and potential enforcement underway. But again, I can't speak to a specific incident.
So we have to wait while enforcement is being done. It's not an immediate thing.
Certainly, there has to be proven that there is actually a violation. We can't simply assume.
Right. And as of right now, do the current in-host stays have to be registered?
Can you clarify that?
So what? Hosted STRs.
Yes.
Presently, they're not, but with this ordinance, they would.
Yes, they would be.
registered.
As a product of this ordinance, they are currently not registered.
So potentially we might see some people who are seeing non-conforming or rule following short-term rentals that they're thinking are doing this, that might actually just be hosted stays, and once we have them registered, we way of identifying them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And then my other question is,
Commissioner Cochin, I just want to, could you speak on, Mr. Manager, if you're willing, about the enforcement process? Because earlier this year, we updated the policy guiding on registrations and permitting and whatnot, and it tightened up the enforcement timeline because we and the police can't go in there and like force it to be vacated, but there's an enforcement process, and the enforcement process was tightened up. So could you
So it was
weigh in on
it
that?
was specifically tightened up for those who were registered. So if you were a registered STR and you had a violation, the process essentially would drag out for the entire season and then a couple months beyond that, and then you could potentially re-register again the next season. So if you're an unregistered STR, as Director Echolm was pointing out, we do have to go through the process of proving that you're operating the way that you are, and go through the process that way. So it isn't just us sending a letter, knocking on the door, and it's being shut down immediately. There is a process to follow through. I do think that the ordinance that is being debated tonight does bring some additional clarity to that, where it says you must be registered as a short-term rental. I think right now there's probably a little bit of gray area because when we're looking at rentals, it's rentals in general, and so then that's kind of falling under a larger umbrella, whether that's long-term or short-term under one. This is specifically defining short-term as 28 days or less, and then if you're not operating with a license, that's a violation of the ordinance.
So with this ordinance, every short-term rental operation, whether it's owner-occupied or a secondary property, will have to be registered with the city of Muskegon. Although the owner-occupied will be under a different process.
So, yeah, the owner-occupied be under a different process. The what people traditionally think of as a short-term rental, where it's not a hosted stay, it has to be registered as well. It's not going to be perfect. It's, if this was to pass next week, it's not every short-term rental is going to, be found and fall into compliance, but it will give us a process, and we can point to specifically, this section of the ordinance says that you're in violation and you have to cease operation, particularly if you're in an area that is at the cap. So if we're looking at Zone 1, Beechwood Bluffton, those who are not registered, they wouldn't have the opportunity to register. So
Okay. Before I go back to you, so you can continue with the line of questioning. With regard to enforcement on non-registered short-term rental operations, which you already indicated, if they're identified in an area where they're above the cap, they just aren't going to be able to be permitted and they're going to discontinue. But can you share with the commission, doesn't need to be right this moment, but can you put together the sequence of events or the process? Because that is something that we do get asked about and concerns raised about from our community about enforcement on properties that are not registered or do not seem to be registered but are operating as short-term rentals, and how are we enforcing that? And so could you have that information shared with the commission just so we can understand the steps, the sequence of events, and the timeline, and maybe there is opportunity to tighten that up as well. That's not something that needs to be hammered out and resolved as part of this zoning amendment, but it is a concern that we've heard, and so it'd be good to be informed and look at potential administrative changes there. So thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you for your patience, Commissioner Cochin.
yes, thank you. So the point I was gonna get to was that all of the checking, the enforcement, the investigating, the potential new legislation, it's all gonna take time, right? How long do you think it's gonna take us to be on top of the ball?
Can you define on top of the ball for me?
We know how many short-term rentals we actually have here in the city that were previously hosted stays, and who's, non-registered, all of that. Like, how long do you think it's going to take for us to be on top of that?
Sure, thank you. I hesitate to speculate only in the sense that, because they're currently not required to register, we don't have a good idea of how many hosted stay short-term rentals there may be in our neighborhoods. And, as they start to become registered and follow that process, there's going to be a lot of education and outreach required through our neighborhood associations by the staff and the commissioners. I would assume that would be a number of months, not weeks. But yeah, I can't give you a definitive answer to that question.
Okay, so we're not talking years, though, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right, thank you. The last question I have kind of ties into what I said earlier. I fully support our residents who are doing this and live here and are doing it properly, is there any way legally to do anything that would involve just the residents?
Legally, that involves just the residents as pertains to which
As
part of the
pertains
issue?
to regulation.
Ah, I see. We haven't explored anything in our conversations in development services as to any kind of like citizen review board or anything like that. Simply because we've primarily looked at the issue at hand, which was the proliferation of the units and the concerns that caused the community. And so setting the regulation as to the total number as a percentage of the housing stock was sought to address that issue. As to the actual, licensing and how it's granted, that wasn't what we were tasked with. And so I, again, would hesitate to speculate on that.
Okay, is that something I could ask legal counsel, or that would be a?
I would defer back to G.
I would. Okay. I was gonna say I'd refine your question, so it's a maybe more to the point.
Yes, can we make different rules for the residents than for non-residents?
As to their ownership and
As to the regulation of short-term rentals?
again, I think that is theoretically possible, but we haven't vetted it with our city attorney or any existing case law. So any ordinance can be written. As to its enforceability and legal viability, I really don't know.
All right, thank you.
All right. I'm going to go to Commissioner Keener and then you, Commissioner Kilgo. Commissioner Keener.
I just want to bring to attention that this really came up because of Beechwood Bluffton in the first place. And it came up not as for short-term rentals, it came up because those were against short-term rentals. So I just want to make that clear to the public and to you all that are sitting out there. That's why we having this conversation. That's why we keep having these long-run conversations. And then I said, okay, well, what's going to happen to the rest of the neighborhoods? Because whenever I go visit somewhere, I don't care if I have to drive 20 minutes, long as it's a shorter distance. But the rest of the neighborhoods are going to get infiltrated with short-term rentals. And I feel like at the same time, this is a viable way for equity, inclusion, and diversity for other neighborhoods to be able to have that one chance of transferability. Because in the first place, it was no transferability at all. At all. That wasn't even a conversation on the floor. It was just about short-term rentals. And so I just wish everybody would wrap their heads around how this originally started with a good majority of Beechwood Bluffton not even wanting this to happen anymore. And it's 861 units, housing units, and what I'm looking at, and it's 38 that are rah-rah. Let me do what I want to do. Let me do what I want to do. And we know Beechwood Bluffton is the highest percentage of voters in Muskegon. If you don't look at the voting records, baby, do it. Every time election come up, look at it. Look and see who votes. Look who call the shots. So it ain't all about Beechwood Bluffton. It's about Muskegon. Muskegon, Muskegon. And I said my piece there.
Thank you, Commissioner Keener. Commissioner Kilgo.
Yeah, I have a clarity question. So I see on the issue of licenses that says all short-term rentals must be issued a short-term rental license to operate within the city. So is this also saying, so with the ordinance, are we saying that a hosted short-term rentals will now fall under the cap?
No.
Okay. No. That's my only question. Because I would think that we would have to change the definition of what is and what isn't, or we're just saying they have to get licensed.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Thank you.
And just so everyone's aware, we did approve the definition under consent agenda. So we do have a definition for short-term rentals approved by the commission. All right.
Actually, Commissioner Coachman.
Well,
oh.
You haven't spoken a second time, have
Okay.
you?
No,
and
I have not.
we do need to wrap this up. So,
Thank you.
Commissioner German.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm going to chair. I'll go to Commissioner Cochin unless Vice Mayor St. Clair, Commissioner Gorman have anything to add or ask right now, and then I'll share my final thoughts, and we're going to go to vote. So, Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you, Director Eckham. just, you know, FYI, to the neighborhoods and Beechwood, Bluffton, and I know Commissioner Koshin, this is your ward, that part of your ward that you see over. You know, I understand the need and the want that when it comes to business, you want to conduct business like business, and you want the best rate of return for your investment. And I'm not opposed to that. But I do want you to know that when I look at things like this that come in front of me, I would like for them to be done fairly. As for this spreading into other areas, like the ward where I reside over, Ward 2. One of the biggest concerns that I definitely look at is the lack of housing, but also how this can play into a role of gentrifying an area or putting people in a place where they become homeless because now renters become, without housing. So I look at, all of those things, and I think that's important to look at. As to, again, transferring those permits or whatever, I'm not in a hurry to do that because as we speak here today, there's still questions. And looking at the Planning Commission's decision to vote in favor of the request and not allow the transferability of short-term rentals, I concur with them on that. And I just think that it needs more time to look at it and weed out the concerns and just move from there. So that's all I have to say, and that's my point up.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Commissioner Cochin.
I just had a point of clarification. When we're saying that the hosted stays need to register and become licensed, we are not charging them the license fee. Is that accurate or no?
Yeah, they just have to be registered. They're not going through the same process because it's an owner-occupied home.
Right, okay.
We just want to know because that's a different level of inspection and things like that. So
Right.
So it would not be the same permitting or licensing or
Yeah,
towards the cap.
they just have to be registered.
It's a desire to have every short-term rental operation in the city to be registered. Those that are non-owner occupied or non-hosted stays will have to be permitted and inspected and pay the fee and so on and so forth. So there's still this opportunity that's available, supplied for hosted stays, regardless of the ordinance or the regulations. With the regulations or with the ordinances proposed before us, there is opportunity for standalone short-term rentals at 4% per census tract or per zone across the city. And one of the conundrums we're dealing with right now is that one of those zones is above that cap and the implications thereof. But the reason that I'm particularly interested in making sure that everyone is registered is so the city's aware, first and foremost, that this activity is happening. It can be included in our rental database. Right now, they're not included in our rental database. Just the registered short-term, registered long-term. And so now, including them, people will be able to query and find out, okay, I suspect this property is acting as is operating as a short-term rental. They can look it up, and one of the missing pieces are those hosted stays. So people are seeing it listed. They know it's being rented as a short-term rental, but when they query it in the database, it's not showing up because it's a hosted stay. And so by requiring this, they can be in the database, people can see it. And then the other piece that I would like, and this is one of the things I was saying at the last meeting that I was suggesting to the city manager about improvements, but we can handle this later, is requiring every short-term rental listing on any platform to display the registration number so it's clear. That's something I would like to do, but we don't need to, do right this moment as part of this. Again, that's going back to when we were talking about, we have opportunities to revisit this, to make further refinements, further tweaks, further improvements. But that is one thing that I have in mind of requiring all short-term rental operations to display the registration number on any listings. All right, we're about to go to vote.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I just want to confirm before we go to vote. Are we voting for this to be with the one-time transferability?
Yep. So
Okay.
we're voting on the exact same thing that was before the city commission at our last
Ensuring
meeting
that
as
all
amended.
short-term rentals have they're registered.
So, yep, no,
Okay.
all short-term rentals will have to be registered. And then the amendments to the zoning ordinance that was before us at the last commission meeting added section 4 and 5 with regard to the one-time transferability of permits for existing STRs, and then also a sunset on any exemptions that have been issued during the moratorium, such that they have to be exercised by the end of 2025 or they expire. So those are the changes that were made at the last meeting. They carry forward. No other changes have been made to this ordinance. We are doing a second reading and vote on the same thing that we voted on 2 weeks ago, which at that time passed by a 5-2 vote. Because it did not have all 7 of us approving it, and it's a zoning ordinance change, it does require a second read. That's why it's before us again. And as long as there's 4 or more voting in favor of it tonight, it will be adopted. We have 10 days to publish that notice of adoption, and then on the 10th day after it's published, it goes into effect. Is that the clarity you're looking for?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Vice Mayor St. Clair.
Very quickly, I just want to correct one thing that I said and add a little more clarification. I mathed wrong. Actually, I didn't math wrong. I was looking at the wrong column. I said that there was opportunity for 368 short-term rentals with this proposed cap. That is incorrect. That would be the 3% column. If we went with the 4%, which is what is actually proposed, it would be 513, not counting the Lakeside Business District and the Downtown Business District, which are not capped at all. So, a lot of opportunity out there if we move this way.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Thank you for that clarification, Vice Mayor St. Clair. So, before I get into some thoughts, I just wanted to provide some clarification on other things I heard tonight. One of which was there's this perception that short-term rentals are being stripped away, or they be taken away from any existing STR owners or operators, and that's not the case. Any short-term rental operation will be allowed to continue to operate with this ordinance. The zoning allows them to continue to operate as a short-term rental up to that 4% cap. It's then where you get beyond the 4% cap where that permit transferability has importance and has implications. Because of that, the City Commission in previous conversations, before it went to the Planning Commission, talked about the prospect of transferability. And that's why it then was added to what was brought forward to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission did review it. I was one of the 5 members that was present at that meeting. I'd previously advocated for transferability owing to the fact that the city had established an ordinance allowing short-term rentals, short-term vacation rentals is the ordinance called, and essentially invited and encouraged folks to invest in short-term rentals and did so in good faith. And that's why I was inclined to support transferability. When it came to the Planning Commission is where my position had evolved and understood that from a purely planning and zoning perspective, it was important to remove that transferability in order to get to that cap or below. Subsequently, it was suggested, an idea was suggested of doing one-time transferability for existing STR operators. That did come forward to our October 8th meeting. And that's what we do. At these meetings, we will examine changes. The Planning Commission is a advisory body on zoning matters. They made a recommendation to the City Commission. The recommendation is not legally binding. It does not have any authority outside of the fact that it is recommending. It's reviewed the zoning consideration. It's heard from the public. It has made a recommendation to the City Commission of what it thinks is appropriate. And the Planning Commission, myself included at the time, voted to remove the transferability clause, period. The idea was suggested of one-time transferability subsequently, and that's where it was brought to the City Commission with some specific language that had been reviewed and vetted internally by staff for the Commission's consideration. Well, that is what we do as policymakers. We entertain changes and amendments and modifications. And to get into the policymaking process a little bit, we are not necessarily drafting, these policies. We have opportunities to refine them, to modify them, to improve them. We task our professional staff to draft policy. They bring forward the recommendations to the commission. And so when we set this out, November of 2022, when we first initiated and discussed this at an LPC meeting, yes, I raised that and brought that to the commission's attention to see if we wanted to move forward with reviewing and updating our short-term rental regulations and zoning in response to concerns I had heard predominantly coming from the Beach Road Bluffton neighborhood, because that's where it is highly concentrated. That is where the quality of life was most affected. As we move that forward, and as I've examined this and considered this policy, it is with the entire city in mind. It is not with just one particular neighborhood or one particular section of the city. It is with the entire city in mind as we move this forward. The staff has done a fantastic job of engaging our community on this, of holding forums, of providing incident reports online, surveys online, meeting with short-term rental operators and owners, meeting with residents, taking that feedback, and then crafting policy, and also engaging with us to understand where we're at, what our concerns are, what our appetite is, and taking all of that information. They synthesized that and put it into what they thought best reflected what they were hearing from the community and from commissioners, and brought that forward as a zoning recommendation to the Planning Commission, which then had an opportunity to review it, make a recommendation to the City Commission, and we have an opportunity to refine it and change it as we see fit. Does this zoning ordinance perfectly align with what I want? Not exactly. Would I, if I had drafted it entirely myself, would this be it? Probably not. It'd look differently. And as I'm sure is the case for any one of us up here. But we task our professional staff with that process. And I think they've done a fantastic job under difficult circumstances, and brought forward something to us that we then looked at refining and trying to balance it and trying to serve a multitude of interests. And with that one-time transfer, I just want to make it clear from my perspective or my position, because some folks may be of the mind that my interest in the one-time transferability or transferability consideration at all was to guarantee a certain return on investment, or guarantee a profit, or guarantee a certain market value in which they can sell their properties. I just want to make it crystal clear, that is not the case for me. I am not trying to guarantee anybody's business or anybody's return on investment or anyone's profit. For me, my interest in the transferability piece was purely a matter of principle and a matter of fairness from my perspective. And that the city had several years ago created an ordinance allowing this, inviting this, encouraging this, and people followed suit in good faith, making those investments. And that's why I felt it important to have that one-time transferability, acknowledging that good faith investment. Subsequent buyers may be able to get that permit that one time, but they're going in eyes wide open that they're not going to be able to automatically pass this permit on to the next buyer, that they're going to have to follow any caps that exist. And also, just to be clear, we're not taking away transferability. Transferability never existed for short-term or long-term rentals. You did not automatically transfer permits. We as a city do not have that practice. So we are making an exception to allow this one-time transferability out of recognition of past prevailing law that invited that good faith investment, while still working to get down, to that reasonable cap. We are going with 4%. Could have been different. You heard me talk about sometimes before about going even lower to start with, but we're at 4%. Staff had identified 5% as the threshold in which, once you get past 5%, the quality of life starts diminishing in neighborhoods. And so we are going with the 4% in this current version. I think that's appropriate and well balanced. We will see attrition over time. May not happen overnight, but we will see it. We'll see attrition just through natural attrition of people getting out of the business. We'll see attrition from problematic SDR operations being their permits being revoked because of the policy that we adopted at the beginning of this year creates essentially third strikes and you're out rule. If you have a consistent history of problems and violations of ordinances that you are not working to resolve, our staff has the authority to revoke your permit. And so that's another way that we're going to see attrition. And then with the sale, if it's one-time transferability, yep, it'll be passed to the new owner, but subsequent to that, there's no guarantee. So if you're over the cap, you're not going to be able to get permitted. Anywhere else where there's not a cap, you can sell, it's not going to be automatically transferred. But you know what? You're under the cap. The new buyer can easily apply for that permit for that property. So it is not taking away opportunities there. And as has been noted, there are many other areas of our city that don't have many short-term rentals that have been held up for most of this year while our moratoriums are in place from anyone pursuing those opportunities. So it is holding up opportunities elsewhere. This is not perfect. The zoning ordinance before us. I think we need to be careful not to let the pursuit of perfection hold up progress. And I think we have an opportunity to make progress here. And we have an opportunity to revisit this to further make progress and further make improvements to it. I do think this is a good, well-balanced ordinance on the whole. I fully support it in its current version. I welcome further consideration down the road of potential tweaks and improvements. But I do want to, my final thoughts here before we get a vote, and I know I've said a lot, but wrapping this up, bringing this home, I do want to, and I said this the last meeting, really reiterate my appreciation and thanks to everybody that's been involved in this process, who has shown up at forums, who has responded to forums online, who has shown up to these meetings, who have shown up at my office hours, who have emailed, who have called, who have reached out with their input to help inform this policy-making process. And I appreciate our residents, both the SDR owners and the non-SDR owners. I will say that in my assessment, our resident SDR owners are the best, in my experience, of the SDR operations that exist across our city. That among the best run operations are our residents who happen to own them. And so I do want to acknowledge that and extend my appreciation for their contribution to this community and how they operate. But I also really want to extend my thanks to all of the Beechwood Bluff neighbors and elsewhere who have been part of this process every step of the way. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you for caring. All right. I'll make sure I covered everything in my notes. Thank you again. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
This vote is for equity and fairness and inclusion, and this is a no vote.
Commissioner Gorman,
Got a problem there, Vice Mayor? Something you want to
Roll
say?
call, please.
Just responding to
Roll
Vice
call,
Mayor's
please.
question.
Gorman,
No.
Commissioner Cochin,
This is one of those moments where I wish I could pass.
As long as they don't bully you.
My gut split right down the middle. The
You cannot.
no, I cannot. You can't. Nope, nope. You can't abstain.
There's no grounds at this point to abstain. It's a yea or nay vote.
Yep.
Unless there's an inherent conflict of interest that needs to be announced.
I'm
But
renting my basement out to my cat. No, I'm just kidding. To Commissioner German's point, I do feel like this is lacking in some equity, but I would like to see us revisit it and do a little bit more work on it.
is there specific information that you need to
Oh, I'm just weighing
inform your vote?
weighing the pros and cons of what happens if it doesn't pass. That's where I'm at.
And just, I'll try very quickly, just so everyone understands the implications of no ordinance being adopted today.
Can you do this right now?
But I just want to explain the implications.
John, can we? We've
the
explained.
moratorium.
No, I'm saying, can you actually do this right now?
This is allowed.
As the chair, I think I can
All right.
explain that there's a moratorium that exists presently that's tied to an ordinance being adopted. And if no ordinance is adopted, the moratorium continues. So, we do need a vote.
Yep, I'm gonna say no.
I'm sorry.
No.
To know from Commissioner Cochin.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. This ordinance has been adopted. It will be published. When? It's going to be published tomorrow.
I believe it's
This weekend.
next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, it will be published, and 10 days after that publication date, this ordinance will go into effect, and the moratorium will extinguish. 10 days from, where are we?
Publication of next Tuesday.
10 days from October 30th. We expect this to be published on October 30th and 10 days after publication date. The ordinance will go into effect, the moratorium will extinguish. All right.
Oh, yeah. You know, sit it out all night if I have to.
We are going to continue
They don't want to see 78 in
with item L. Commissioner Cochin. Additional construction engineering services for Adelaide Point.
I move to authorize staff to approve contract amendment number 1 in the amount of $83,080 with ENG Engineering and Surveying for additional construction engineering services related to Adelaide Point.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner Cochin, supported by Commissioner German. Welcome, sir. Care to introduce yourself and what this item is about?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Todd Myers. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works, and I'll do my best to answer any questions in regards to this amendment or construction services.
Thank you so much. For starters, when I was reading this last night in the packet, it reads to me like the city basically hired somebody to oversee the engineering of roads that will be shared between Adelaide Point and the city, but will be city-owned. Is that correct?
Yes, the construction engineering services are to oversee that construction and make sure it's done according to our city standards for both the roads and the utilities, sanitary, sewer, and water main.
And the additional amount, can you explain why that is being requested?
So they did submit an original proposal based on their best estimate of time and what was going to be needed, and there was a number of additional changes and required them to be out there much more than originally anticipated.
And as far as the additional changes that caused the additional fees, can you kind of explain why the city would not be going after the developer for those additional fees?
So I think that's based on, the original contract there's agreements made in regards to that. Quite frankly, that was about the time I got here. Those agreements were in place, so I don't have a lot of specifics on those agreements, but
I think Mr. Manager might be able to weigh in.
Yeah, so in construction projects where the project will, where aspects of the project will come into public ownership at the end of it, it's common for the city to have an engineer overseeing it to make sure the inspections are done correctly, that we have the correct as-built at the end of the project and things of that nature. It can be handled in a couple of different ways. This was the way that we chose to do it in this fashion, having a third-party engineer that answered to us rather than the developer, and to make sure that we had those all that information at the end of the project. But it's a fairly common practice in public infrastructure projects.
Mm-hmm.
So.
The wording in the detailed summary and background led me personally to believe that the additional fees were due to changes made by the developer. Is that accurate?
that played a role in it. There is, it was a kind of a fluid project with things not originally anticipated, but yeah.
And is this a practice that we see continuing on down the road with other developers if they change things? Are we going to be expecting additional fees coming towards us most likely in those regards?
Regards to other projects or this
Yeah,
project?
to future projects. We're not making
I
a
think-
habit out of this basically, right?
I mean, certainly we try to stay within the contract parameters that are there, but we also want to make sure that the work is done correctly and we have the correct amount of information. So I can't speculate exactly on what would happen with future contracts.
Right, okay.
I'm going to ask for some clarification on this. Mr. Manager, when this happens, this is as a result of this particular contract for construction engineering services and oversight. This is a result of a private developer paying for the infrastructure and with the expectation that it would be deeded over or transferred in ownership to the city subsequent to their construction. And so with that expectation, the city is paying for this type of work to ensure the infrastructure that's being built privately meets our standards before we would accept ownership.
That's correct.
Of the okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. Yes. Anything else, Commissioner Koshin? Commissioner Kilgo?
Yeah, so would it be fair to say things like the sanitary pump station and the sanitary sewer are very important to be built properly so that that sewage doesn't go the wrong way and it's right on the lake?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Any other questions or comments on this item? Thank you. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item, N, request to amend the planned unit development at Harbor Town to allow for the construction of 28 new condo units. Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to amend the request to plan the unit developments, PUD Harbor Town, to allow for the construction of 24 condo units. Do I need to read all of that, or? Okay.
Conditions?
Okay, that's not a problem. Okay, the proposed building includes 6 fourplex and 2 duplexes. Let me go down. So I did move to request that amendment plan. The condos to approve the following. Number 1, a turnaround must be incorporated at the end of the channel viewpoint. Number 2, an additional fire hydrant must be added along the channel viewpoint. Number 3, a stormwater permit must be obtained from the engineering department before construction commences. Number 4, a landscaping plan is provided. Number 5, sidewalks through Harbor Town Circle, east and west, are installed within 2 years from the commencement of construction.
28 new condo units, and I support.
Did I miss that one?
Yeah, you said 24. It's okay.
Oh,
It's 28.
thank you. 28.
28.
Thank you for that correction.
Yep.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner German, supported by Commissioner Kilgo, to amend the planning and development of Harbor Town to allow for the construction of 28 new condo units to be approved with the conditions that Commissioner German had read out, the 5 conditions. Welcome, good sir. Introduce yourself, please, and here to update us on this request.
Good evening. I remain Jake Ekholm, the Director of Development Services for the City of Muskegon. So the motion gives a lot of detail, but some background. So the original PUD that was passed quite decades ago called for 250 condo units. Fewer than that were ultimately built, and so there's been little development there in the last 20 plus years. So the condo association has looked at the opportunity to convey or sell the development rights through a partnership with a residential contractor to submit this proposed amendment to the original planned unit development to infill 28 connected town home style condo units, both duplex and quadplex, 2 different models. And so, as was mentioned, the Planning Commission considered this and voted 5-3 with 1 absence to move it on with a recommendation with the conditions that were listed in the motion. The one that has caused the most feedback from the condo association on the potential of the project, as was mentioned in the public comments, is the recommendation that sidewalks be required. The sidewalks would be required to be installed within 2 years from the commencement of construction, and so it would be concurrent with the infill of the project. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director Ekholm. Commissioner German.
Yes. And thank you, Director Echo, for that explanation. And the reason I brought this off the agenda is because of the concerns from the public and, you know, whether to have those sidewalks or not. I know this is in Commissioner Cochin's area, but I just wanted to get more clarity on this. Now, if sidewalks were not added in there, they could come together, as one of the gentlemen stated, to work this issue out themselves and possibly do something like an assessment or whatever they decide to do. That would be up on them. But I just want to make sure I understand, you know, that they have options also to work these things out. I mean, because they're the one that's living in that area out there.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the question. So, as was mentioned earlier, I believe, and I can go into a little more detail, there are several options for them to find a way to install these sidewalks for pedestrian access through Harbortown in the event that this was passed as it's presented. One option that we have had a meeting as staff with the board members of the condo association is what's called a consent special assessment. So effectively, everybody who would be impacted from a property standpoint in that area could consent, or a majority of them can consent to have the city front the bill for that work and install those sidewalks, and then they would pay it back through an assessment on their taxes over a period up to 20 years. We did the math on that, some preliminary math, and obviously, there's a lot of work that goes into that, so those weren't numbers that were set in stone. But it seemed to be a viable option from the number of units out there that would potentially take part in that assessment. The other option would be from the proceeds of sale of the lots, which is where the condo association would generate revenues for their reserves, which they use to maintain the facilities and structures of the association. They would directly fund the sidewalks out of those proceeds from sale of lots. And so those are the two options we discussed as far as we see them from a staff recommendation standpoint. As to their viability or level of interest from the condo association members, we didn't speak to that.
Yeah, just one other thing there. So if this was approved, minus, I guess that would be number 5, would that be, a motion would have to be made to not add number 5? Yeah.
Yeah, a motion to amend the original.
Yeah, I'd hear from the commission and see what they say. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Before I go to you, Commissioner Keener, or you, Commissioner Cochin, I want to go to Commissioner Kilgo as the supporter of the motion.
Thank you. Do we know why the original PUD called for sidewalks? Do we know why years later sidewalks were never installed?
I can't speak to it directly because it was well before my tenure with the city. That being said, it is not uncommon, both in our community and other communities, for projects to not achieve their maximum planned number of units, and thereby also not supporting their planned amount of ancillary infrastructure. And so enforcing that and ensuring that the ancillary infrastructure is installed is a priority of our office to formalize those things. I can't speak to why that was not enforced, in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Thank you. And there were some other suggestions, like an optional bike lane or a bike lane instead of sidewalks, a 4-year period to install them instead of a 2-year period. So my next question is, how it's written in the amendment, why 2 years?
I believe that 2-year number was discussed by the association members and the planning commission members at the podium, and so that was part of that discussion, and that's where they landed in the motion.
Okay. This doesn't have anything to do with their development, but I am curious, did the Sandbox PUD have sidewalks? Do you remember?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Yep, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Commissioner Keener.
So, I was one that did vote for the sidewalks, because a good deal of the properties that we have now are structured around having sidewalk area, and I feel like it will be simply taking back ordinances that we already have. And okay, what happened there in the past. I don't think any of us were even old enough to be on any kind of council when that came into place. But the fact is that it happened, and we're just trying to make a way to go about it. I appreciate the recommendations that staff made to adjust that with those two examples, and I feel like that's feasible as well. So I wish those were presented during planning and zoning, but I know that this kind of just popped up out of planning and zoning. But I do feel like it will do a due diligence for us to not keep in coordinates with ordinances that we already have for a good deal of development that is already in Muskegon. And first and second off, I would really like to know like how many, if there was, it's probably too late now, but how many people do walk outside there that are not in that neighborhood, first off, because it just kind of seemed like y'all don't want us in your neighborhood. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
And Commissioner Keener and Commissioner Cochin.
Thank you. Director Ekholm, if we were to do a special assessment, like we as in the city, and have the sidewalks put in, it would guarantee that the sidewalks would be put in. We wouldn't have to worry about the housing association not coming up with the funds and it not being able to be done, correct?
Yes, with some caveats. So one caveat being that these are consent special assessments, so there's a process to gain the ascension of the impacted parties, the impacted property owners. Assuming that they were in favor, then likely it would also require a budget amendment here at the municipal level, because we would likely fund those. It's not a big enough project to take on any kind of debt note or anything. So we would that would be a budget amendment. Obviously, Public Works would administer those budgets and would have to be involved in that process. From there, we would likely perform that through a contractor, and then the fund that expensed that capital would be repaid through the assessment over years.
Mm-hmm. And very, very rough estimate. Like, are we talking $1 million, $2 million?
Somewhere between $250,000 and $300,000 is what we assume, what we're guessing for installation of those sidewalks on one side of the street, and then assuming that all the parcels out there would be subject to that assessment, which is not necessarily the case. We would have a legal opinion on which ones would be viable, and therefore have to give their consent or their motion against, or their opinion against. We were looking, if it was a 10-year payback, it was something between $130 and $150 a year, and if it was 20, then it would be approximately half of that.
Okay. The area where we are talking about putting the housing, they're talking about putting in 28 units, and that is along the strip where most of the dune grass and everything is. Is that accurate?
I think to an extent, yes.
Yeah, okay. One of the things that I think you probably heard me talk about before is having a buffer. And I think it's important, and I think that the woman who brought up that point tonight about making sure that we maintain, not we maintain as in the city, but as in the trees do remain, because they're important to the ecosystem there, and as well as keeping the view shed nice. I think that is an important issue. I would approve a amendment taking out the sidewalks and doing a PUD. Or I'm sorry, not a PUD. Sorry, my brain's in two places at once right now. I would approve a amendment to this motion that would exclude the sidewalks, number 5, with the caveat that they be put in on a special assessment.
Is that a motion you making?
That is not a motion.
Oh, okay.
No, that's just me talking.
I would invite feedback from Attorney Schreier on that.
Can
That's why I was not making a motion yet.
No, you certainly could do a motion to, excuse me, exclude number 5. You are not in a position to be able to levy a special assessment at this point. It requires 2 hearings. It requires work by the assessor's office. It would require work with us drafting and specifying all the details that have been talked about. Well, we might do this, we maybe could do that, etc., to cover that expense. It is simply premature.
Okay, thank you. Lastly, I just want to say I have talked to several residents who live in the neighborhood. I've talked to Mr. Schultz personally, and from my understanding is that the residents seem to overwhelmingly want the sidewalks in the neighborhood, and that it's really a matter of money, ultimately, and they're just not thinking that they can get this done in time to be able to accomplish it. So that is my thought on that for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin. Before I go back to you, Commissioner Keener, I just want to give everyone else an opportunity to weigh in the first time. Vice Mayor St. Clair, Commissioner Gorman, or German. Wait, you already spoke. You had the motion. Okay, Commissioner Keener.
I just wanted to weigh in that before I made my decision, just to be completely transparent, I did not know that our chair resided in that position, who really fought against that. So no ill will against Mr. Mazzei, but I did not know when voting, and a lot of his communication influenced my vote, and so I did not know he stayed there though. So I just want to put that on the table in front of public.
Thank you, Mr. Keener.
Could I get some clarification on that? So, someone on the planning commission resides in Harbortown and didn't recuse themselves from
That's correct.
this vote?
Yes.
Mr. Mazzei and I had a conversation before the planning commission. In our opinion, there is no conflict. He and his family received no benefit from the adding of 28 additional units. The association will receive a benefit, and the association board may then decide how they want to expend it. But that is too tangential to say that Mr. Mazzei would have a conflict.
I disagree. I don't think it's arm's length. I think that he should have just recused himself from the vote to make it easy. If you live there, you do have eventually the new units and equity and different things like that can affect you. Just my opinion. The legal opinion is that it's not, or it's an arm's length transaction. So, or vote, and that he didn't have to recuse himself. But I personally disagree. The other thing that I want to say, so I'm guessing that this vote is either, I'm sorry. The way that I see this is if the Harbortown neighborhood would like to add 28 new condo units, the way that it's presented to us right now is that sidewalks throughout Harbortown Circle, east and west, would be installed within 2 years. If they don't want, or if we don't vote yes on this, then they just would not construct 28 new condos and it would stay how it is. The way it's presented here, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kyogo. Any other comments or questions at this time? Mr. Manager?
So I did want to clarify that the chair of the planning commission did clarify before the vote that he was a resident of Harbortown.
I didn't hear.
Okay, yeah. So I just in that the
Because
Yeah,
if I'm correct, he had brought it up at the end of the meeting. He said, if you didn't know by now, I'm a
yes
resident here. I don't recall him saying it beforehand though.
Just before his
yeah,
vote,
which
I
yeah, it was
believe.
just yeah.
Okay.
It was
So
while he was voting, I believe, that was the acknowledgement that was made. Which we each have our opinion on that. I'll reserve my opinion, but legal counsel, made a determination as to whether a technical conflict of interest existed, and the person acknowledged that there was a decision made that it did not arise to a technical, but that still acknowledged living there. It's incumbent upon each member of the planning commission. They could still choose to recuse themselves with the acknowledgement or proceed. But his vote did not make a difference with regard to the condition of 5 being added to the amendment to the plan unit development. So that passed in spite of his opposition to that.
Passed 5-3.
Yes, 5-3 with 1 absent.
Thank you.
Commissioner Koshin, did I see you had something more?
Well, I wanted to make an amendment if nobody had else on anything else.
I mean, I have some comments, but yeah.
I'm all ears. Go ahead.
I'll give my comments, and you can choose to whether or not to make your amendment. So the way I approach this, and I am on the planning commission, I'm one of the members of the planning commission, and the way I approach this is that the original underlying plan unit development for this property passed several decades ago, before any of us were, on this council, and I think before almost anybody at City Hall was employed by City Hall. And that original PUD called for and required sidewalks to be installed through the development. Didn't happen. For whatever reason, didn't happen. I have heard subsequently, during my tenure on this commission, now in my 11th year, I have heard from a number of Harbor Town residents over the years with grief or complaints or concern that sidewalks were never installed and the city never enforced that. And the city dropped the ball. You could say the city dropped the ball, you could say the developer dropped the ball. Doesn't matter who dropped the ball. At this point, what matters in my opinion is that the underlying PUD does not have sidewalks, despite being required to be included in the original PUD. And so given that, and given the feedback that I've heard from community over the year, that now that it's before us, and now that it's before my purview, I didn't have any purview or effect on the PUD from decades ago. And now it's in our court, it's within my purview, and I'm not going to overlook the fact that the original PUD required sidewalks. And a case could be made that because the original PUDs, all of its conditions were not met, that we shouldn't even be entertaining an amendment to the PUD until its original conditions are met. However, out of the city and the planning commission wishing to be accommodating, wishing to support this development, wishing to not be a roadblock to it and allow it to move forward, knowing that housing is needed, but also this is going to raise some revenue for the HOA, which they could choose to put towards the sidewalk or pay for it entirely for the sidewalk, or they can move forward with a consent special assessment, or they can seek external resources. What we are doing here is not dictating how it's paid for, who pays for it. What we're saying is, with this clause of sidewalks through Harbor Town Circle East and West are installed within 2 years from the commencement of construction, is that we are acknowledging the original PUD requirement and reinforcing it with this clause. Again, agnostic on how it's going to be funded. That will be hammered out. Does not hold up the development, in my opinion. The development can proceed before that construction. And so I think it's important. Also, as Commissioner Keener alluded to or referenced earlier, we have adopted as a city complete street policy. That is a commission-approved policy. And so as we're looking at this development and changes to this development, we cannot overlook that policy and what it's meant to do and how it's meant to be implemented for our city. Or at the very least, we need to acknowledge it and say, here's the reason why we're ignoring it. Here's the reason why we're making an exception to it. I have not heard any rationale as to why we should ignore it or make an exception to it. I think we should be honoring our complete street policy. I think we need to be honoring what's in the original PUD and reinforce it. And then work with Harbor Town. This isn't necessarily saying, okay, it's all on you. You guys go do what you can, get it done in 2 years. No, This is acknowledging and reinforcing that expectation and requirement, and we can, as a city, work with Harbortown about finding a way to make that feasible and get that done within that timeline. And if adjustments need to be made, adjustments can be made. Now, is there a rationale to change the timeline? Maybe. I mean, if staff can share, their concerns or questions, or commissioners, maybe I'd entertain that. But I do not think we should be removing the condition for sidewalks, in my opinion. But I did see Vice Mayor St. Clair, your hand up, and you have not weighed in on this yet. So Vice Mayor St. Clair.
Thank you. Sidewalks are good for the community. They're good for neighborhoods. They are part of what builds strong communities. The ability to navigate your community outside in a safe way is really important. There was always a requirement that this neighborhood have sidewalks, and somehow they did not have them. And I was maybe in high school back when this was happening, so I can't say why it didn't happen, but I do know that I wouldn't be okay with it now if we had a developer that wasn't following up on what was in their PUD. We would enforce that. We do have a complete streets policy that, it's we talk a lot about justice and equity. To Commissioner Keener's point, the community goes where it's welcome. And if there are no sidewalks, it's not very welcoming. And it's a lot less safe. We also need housing. And the Planning Commission saw fit to tie this development to fixing a wrong that has been unaddressed for at least 30 years now. By a pretty solid majority, whether the chair lives in the neighborhood or not. We all live in the city. Like, all of us vote on things that impact us. So I'm not pressed about that. How it's funded isn't indicated in this. I don't think that is our role to legislate that from here. Legal counsel has spoken to what we can and cannot establish tonight, but what we can establish is that there was always supposed to be sidewalks, and this is an opportunity to fix that for potentially a larger community.
Thank you, Vice Mayor St. Clair. Before I go to you, Commissioner Cochin, Commissioner Gorman, you have not weighed in. Do you want to weigh in right now?
I want to ask, are we legally allowed to vote on this given what you stated earlier? And the violation of the PUD before and no sidewalks? Yes.
Do you want to weigh in on that? I'm sorry, could you ask?
Are we legally allowed to vote on this, whichever way our hearts desire, given that it did not follow before? Yes?
Yes, the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that's all I want to ask. That's all.
Okay. I'll go to you in just a second, Commissioner German. Commissioner Cochin.
Well, what did he say? I'm sorry.
He said that
Yes,
yes,
you
it's
can take action.
We can. Okay. That was important. I was trying to figure out what Rachel said because I couldn't hear her. That's okay. I totally understand. I've been there.
and just because we are understood it up here because of the conversation, but just so anyone else at home or wherever you're watching is understanding, the question was specifically with regard to, given that a condition from the original PUD has not been met, can we legally take action to amend the PUD, whatever that amendment looks like, in spite of a previous condition not having been met? And legal counsel said yes, we may take that action. Commissioner Cochin.
Okay, yes. So to start this out, I would first like to say I do really appreciate and love our sidewalks for mobility reasons. We have disabled people, elderly people, people with mobility issues, children, people who would like to, ride their scooters on the sidewalks. I think sidewalks are important. I also, like I said, I've spoke to people on the board. I've spoken to the residents. They want to see the sidewalks, but they're telling me that they can't get it done in 2 years, they can't afford it, and it's not going to happen. So I don't want to vote for something that's not going to be able to happen. What I would like to propose is to make a motion to amend the original motion and make number 5 say that if special assessment fails, sidewalks are to be installed within 5 years.
I can support your amendment if we just strike out number 5 completely and allow the associations to have their say-in and a buy-in to work with the city, or more or less bring forth a plan with some of the options that Director Echo mentioned. Is that
Well, you've got a
acceptable?
motion on the floor already.
Yeah, so we can handle that one
Oh,
first.
okay.
Is there a second for Commissioner Koshin's
Okay.
motion as
Could-
worded?
Could you
If
state that again?
if I'm not mistaken, though, the they decided on that 2 year. If I'm not mistaken,
It was suggested, that
By
number was,
them.
that number
By the
was
HOA.
suggested by a member of the HOA at the planning commission, and I ran with it.
Point of information.
Yes, Commissioner Kilgore.
We have a motion on the floor.
there is no second.
No.
We have a-
The original motion was made by Commissioner German, correct?
Yep,
And supported.
and seconded by yourself, I believe.
Okay. So
And now we
that's
have
the
a
motion
to
on the
amend
floor.
right now.
And now we have a motion to amend.
If there's a second, we'll consider it. If there's no second, there's no motion to amend.
If she could, Commissioner Cochin.
Yes.
Restate that.
So,
amendment.
my motion was that if the Harbortown Association were to go after a special assessment and it fails, sidewalks are to be installed within 5 years, i.e., they have 5 years one way or another.
No. A
No?
special assessment is adopted by the city commission. It is, with a consent special assessment, you consider it at the point in time that you have at least 50%, if not 100%, of the owners agreeing to have their property assessed what that is. But all of that action is the city commission's. It is not the Harbortown Board, etc.
Right. Okay. So,
We are the ones that say yay or nay on the
right.
ultimate special
Okay.
assessment.
So then I would make a motion to strike number 5 from the current motion.
Support.
Sorry, did not catch that motion or support. Just a second.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What was your motion? I'm sorry, Commissioner
To
Koshin.
just strike number 5.
To remove item 5 from the amendment to the PUD. And we had a support from
Support.
Commissioner German. All right, so-
Point of information.
yes.
If if we vote on that and it fails, we can vote on the original motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor to remove item 5 as condition 5 from the amendment to the PUD for Harbor Town. And that 5th condition is sidewalks through Harbor Town Circle East and West are installed within 2 years from the commencement of construction. I just want to clarify too, because it does say sidewalks, so there's no confusion. This condition speaks to a sidewalk going through east and west, does not speak to a sidewalk on both sides of the street, understanding that there are unique circumstances along the road that the sidewalk's going to move from one side to the other. And so it's just ensuring that a sidewalk through the length of Harbor Town Circle East and West. I just want to make sure everyone understands that. All right, we have a motion to remove item 5 with regard to sidewalks from the conditions for the PUD amendment. Commissioner, Commissioner Koshin.
Do I need to say something?
You can advocate for your motion to
Oh.
amend if you wish, or we can just go straight to vote.
Yeah, I think that it ultimately makes sense. I don't think that voting on something that the people on the board and the citizen, like the people on the board have said that they can't afford the money to do this in 2 years. So if we can't include something with a caveat saying that they should go after a special assessment and it fails, that then they have to do it within 5 years, then I'm just going to say let's remove it altogether and let them work that out. But I'm having full faith in the people who live in Harbortown, that, you know, they're going to make sure that they use their voices and share what their feelings are on the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Koshin. Commissioner German?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I concur with Commissioner Cochin, and just given the comments that was made earlier today from both sides, respectfully. The HOA Association, this is their place of residency, and I feel they should have that option to decide how and what they want to see and how they would pay for additional improvements in that community. So that's my take. And
Thank you, Commissioner German. Commissioner?
I'm in opposition of that motion because the HOA, we came to this conclusion with the planning and zoning based off the HOA. So no, it's a no.
Thank you, Commissioner Keener. Any other comments before we go to vote?
just one question. Now, which motion? Because I made a motion.
We're voting on the motion to amend that Commissioner Cochin put forward and you supported.
Okay, great.
Which is to strike item 5. No worries.
And I'm,
strike
and I'm,
item 5 from.
And I'm in opposition of Cochin's motion.
The PUD amendment. Before we go to vote, I'll just share that on the Planning Commission, I was the one that made the motion to amend this to add item 5 as a condition. So I will be opposing removing item 5 at the City Commission. So roll call, please.
Commissioner Cochin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair?
No.
Mayor Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Kilgore?
No.
Commissioner Keener?
No.
Commissioner German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
No.
Motion fails.
All right. So we have the underlying motion. Is there any further discussion or questions before we go to a vote on the PUD amendment?
And this is
Seeing
the
none?
original.
This is the original PUD amendment as recommended by the Planning Commission with the 5 conditions, inclusive of the sidewalks.
Just one thing, Mayor, if I may. You know, I heard Vice Mayor mention something about the Planning Commission recommendation, and we just went through another process with recommendations for STRs. I mean, so, you know, when I hear this type of conversation, it's like, you know, you just support one and same topic pretty much, and talk out the side of your mouth when it comes to certain recommendations. I just find that very perplexing. So, again, giving the citizens the opportunity to have voice and to take action on what they want to see in their community is part of the beauty of being inclusive. And when we talk about inclusive and equity and the fairness and opportunity, I take those things seriously. When voters are out here paying their taxes, residents wants to see what they want to see in their neighborhood, and we have to act in the best interest to make those decisions. And but I definitely will be voting against the original amendment. Recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Commissioner Keener, before we go to vote.
I also want to say before we go to vote that sitting on planning and zoning, majority of the people that sat in, we talked about this for a whole almost 2 hours of sidewalks. 2 hours. 2 hours. And majority of the people that were here standing up for their community wanted the sidewalks. And so I just want to put that out there for the entire commission. We adjusted this for number 5 based off of the HOA's suggestions to us and how the HOA also wanted sidewalks. We just couldn't figure out, because like I said, I don't even know if I was born by the time that was done. But that's why we came to this conclusion. We tried to, like everything we do, we try to be as fair as we can across the board and make everybody a little bit happy. Some people gonna be a little bit mad. but we try to do our best to be fair, and we have an ordinance for sidewalks. So I just want that to be known before we vote, that we sat here and talked for 2 hours. We listened to, well, we didn't talk, we listened to the public, and then we listened to the public for almost an hour and a half. And then we talked amongst ourselves on the dais for almost an hour about sidewalks. And this is what we came up with, based off of what those people in that neighborhood, the majority wanted, including the HOA. So just so we know that we're clear and we can go back to the meetings, you can go watch it for yourself. It's right there on video.
Thank you, Commissioner Keener. Commissioner Cochin.
Yes, thank you. I have a point of clarification and then something to add to Commissioner Keener's point. The number 5, so if it passes, the Harbor Town could still pursue a special assessment, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And do we think that they could get that done with a special assessment within 2 years?
Can the process and mechanism be pursued to implement a special assessment within that 2-year time frame?
And completed, like with because it says installed within 2 years.
From my perspective, yes, but we can hear from staff on this.
The question is, in the event a special assessment was approved, could sidewalks be installed in this stretch in 2 years?
Yes.
Yeah, so yes, the project would likely be completed up front, and then the assessment would go to repay it over time. The repayment would take more than 2 years. The install would happen on the front end.
Right.
So we would be footing the bill up front. The city would be paying for the infrastructure up front and then reimbursed over time through the special assessment.
Right, yes, that's my understanding as well. And then, just as a point of clarification, so, Mr. Schultz had reached out to me, and there was some confusion. Being up there as like a resident is hard. You're sweating bullets sometimes. It's a little tricky sometimes to get your point across well, and it's very easy to get confused. And it was explained to me that there was some confusion. Within the 2 years that was, agreed to by the HOA, he was confused. And after talking with people about it recently, they don't think that they can do it within 2 years. So if they can get the special assessment, then that would probably be the best avenue for them to go. But otherwise, they don't think that they can complete it.
So I will share what my expectation of how and I'll get to you. I see you, Commissioner Gerville. I'll get to you in just a second. I'll share what my expectation is if, within this 2-year time frame from the date of commencement of construction, so not from the date that we adopt this, from the date that construction starts, that 2-year clock, and the expectation the sidewalk will be installed in that time frame. Ample opportunity to pursue a consent special assessment or what other financing mechanisms. But my expectation is that if this were underway, not done, but it's underway, the finance is lined up, the engineering's done, it's being implemented, staff's not going to swoop in and say, you got to vacate your buildings, or we're not issuing certificate of occupancy, or I don't think staff's going to be heavy-handed on enforcement in terms of if the project's underway, if there are steps that have been taken with the consent agenda, or however the financing's lined up, engineering's done, and sidewalks moving forward. I personally, Mr. Manager can weigh in, but I suspect not. But.
No, we definitely wouldn't be heavy-handed, and I believe the reason, one of the logical reasons for the 2 years within commencement of construction is because it's easier for the sidewalks to be constructed at the time that the other units are being constructed, for a variety of reasons. And so if, say, it was within 5 years of completion, then you're going to come back through most likely, and I believe, and Director Vander can correct me if I'm wrong, but the most common discussion point was that sidewalks would be on the outside of the circle, from basically the Silver Sides Museum in. So because on the inside there's the elevation issues with driveways and things of that nature. And so since most of the construction in the proposed PUD amendment would be occurring on the outside of the circle, they could be occurring simultaneously. And that, so there's economies of scale and things of that nature. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, for that clarity and context. Commissioner Kilgo.
Yeah, my guess is the city's not going to be heavy-handed because we haven't held them to the enforcement of the original PUD. My friends and I have a saying. We say, "Get out my pockets." I don't think it's in any of our privy to guesstimate or estimate how much money any of the residents of Harbortown have or don't have. The original PUD said for sidewalks. They still have the opportunity to say, hey, we want to go the special assessment route, and they could bring that back to commission, and we could talk about the special assessment. If they were granted that, I believe Director Elcombe said it would be about $130 a year, which compared to certain assessments is not a lot of money per year. So I think that we should look at the original motion and vote on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. All right. Before we go to vote, I know that I have received some questions or feedback about the prospect of doing a on-street pedestrian / cycling lane instead of the sidewalk. I've had some conversations internally with staff about that, whether the road's wide enough to accommodate that. What would that look like in terms of also from a safety perspective, and also you might be able to get a lane in there with the width of the sidewalk, but it'd be unidirectional lane, and so that's not really necessarily ideal for pedestrian or cycling. You'd want to be able to go in both directions, and so it's just not from the conversations I've had and the impressions I've had, it's not ideal to put that on the street itself, and also there's some safety implications, in my opinion, putting on the street. Just putting a marker down there, safety both in terms of just anyone using that relative to vehicles and no separation. It's just pain on the road, but also having that mixed traffic of cyclists and pedestrians in that lane. Whereas with the sidewalk, it'll be primarily purposed for pedestrians, and cycling can be in the road. And if absolutely need be on the sidewalk, although that's against our ordinance, but hey, I say safety first. If you have to be on the sidewalk in order to be safe, I'm not going to fight you on it. But technically, you're not supposed to be riding your bikes on the sidewalk, and so there'd be opportunity for cycling on the road. And the key thing is making sure that traffic's slow enough that people feel comfortable cycling on the road. All right, we're about to go to vote. Commissioner German, you had final thoughts?
Yeah. With the enforcement ordinance for sidewalks, so is this something now that we're having this discussion and conversation? Are we going to start enforcing this ordinance around the city of Muskegon? Because I can think of some places like Wood Street, Yuba, Jackson Hill that really needs sidewalks. And we talk about quality of life, safety, and therefore for it not being sidewalks in that Harbortown area, again, I just would leave that up to the associations, and thanks to Commissioner Keener's addressing, what they brought forth to the Planning Commission. But I also heard people here at the chamber and at this commission meeting also, so I take those concerns and thoughts into consideration as well.
Thank you, Commissioner German. With regard to any other areas, and I'm just going to very quickly go off on this tangent because we want to stay focused on this and vote. But any other areas, because this also came up during my office hours earlier today about a section of a street that doesn't have a sidewalk, but you can see a well-trodden path. In anywhere area of our city that does not have a sidewalk presently and there's a road, when we do infrastructure projects, we're replacing underground infrastructure or reconstructing the street, there is a desire to install sidewalks when that's happening. And also any other area of the city has an opportunity to pursue their own consent special assessment to pay for that sidewalk if they wish to, or other public amenities. So I'm going to roll call now. Okay, roll call.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
No.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. Are we done with consent agenda? We are done with consent agenda. Public hearings. Expansion and removal of neighborhood enterprise zone districts.
I move to approve the amendment to the neighborhood enterprise zone, NEZ districts as requested. This includes expansion of neighborhood enterprise zone districts to encourage new and rehabilitated housing while removing areas no longer zoned for residential use.
Support.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion to close
Yes.
and then the motion?
Yes.
Because it's not set up this way.
Well, that's just how it is on there, but yeah, so it's,
But we need to.
I'm sorry.
yeah.
No, it's
We
okay.
just go right.
We're gonna have a public hearing and then
I'm
we'll have.
sorry, Ms. Hines.
Then we'll have a motion to close
good.
and a motion before. But thank you for being on top of that, Commissioner Keener. Welcome. Good evening. Kindly introduce yourself and bring us up to speed and what's going on here.
Alrighty, I am Jocelyn Hines and I serve as the development analyst here with the city. So, in regards to this public hearing, so staff is proposing the amendment to our current neighborhood enterprise zone districts. As you can see from the attached map, you will see that the NEZs do not cover a lot of our core neighborhoods here in the city of Muskegon. So with this potential expansion, we are able to offer this to more core neighborhoods such as Jackson Hill, Marquette, and Steele. NEZs are not only used for new construction housing, but also can be used for rehab facilities as well. And these can be owner-occupied or not owner-occupied, and if there's questions there, I can answer them. It's just a difference in how much investment is required for owner-occupied versus non-owner-occupied NEZs. As far as what's being proposed as a removal of some of the NEZ districts, we remove properties that do not currently have an NEZ, do not currently have residential property, or are few to no vacant lots in those areas. We also removed the Port City Industrial Park because the industrial park was originally categorized as an NEZ to take advantage of the Michigan Economic Growth Authority, which is no longer in effect in the state of Michigan. Properties were also removed to follow state law that states only 15% of the total acreage within the boundaries of the city can be designated as an NEZ. And NEZs, which you all have been presented with some before, I know that was one of the first things that I did when I got to the city. There are certificates that are good for 6 to 15 years, and they can also be transferred if the ownership changes on the property. So, yeah, that's what we're proposing.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. So this is a public hearing. Before we get into questions of staff, I want to open it up to the public. Once we've heard from anybody in the audience, as well as the viewing audience, we'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing and with regard to approval of the amendment to the neighborhood enterprise zone. And at that time, we'll entertain questions from staff and comments. So, thank you, Ms. Hines. Public hearing. I think we got someone standing up and ready to speak. If you could please introduce yourself.
Steve Benedict. So last commission meeting, you guys voted to accept a purchase agreement for me to purchase, I believe it's 19 more lots that will transition into 23 more homes. And we're running into a lot of issues with the property taxes. For example, the house we sell for $285,000 in the Marquette neighborhood, the homestead taxes are $6,400 a year. So to put that in perspective, it's about $550 a month. Their principal payment on their mortgage, if they put 5% down, is $234. So their taxes are almost 2.5 times the amount of the principal, not even to put the interest of $1,663 into the equation, because interest rates today are extremely high. So when I approached the city about this and doing some research, you can spend $35,000 more and live in Fruitport and have the same exact house payment as buying a house in the city of Muskegon. That's how high the taxes are here. So the houses that we're building, we don't get any, we're not subsidized by the city. Like if we build them for $290 and we sell them for $285 with real estate commissions, we lose $40,000. So we don't get any kind of subsidy. I would say that the people that we're targeting are the people that are on the border. Like we aren't building these for people that can live in Norton Shores and afford 400 grand, live in Roosevelt Park, afford 350. We're building a higher end home in the Marquette, Jackson Hill neighborhood. And our smallest home that we build to date is 1598 square feet. And the majority of the other homes, from what I can see, are about 1100. So ours are a little bit more, but we have lost 3 buyers to Fruitport because of the tax issue. The banks are struggling with these taxes. So I would ask that you, and in Muskegon Township, so we talked about Fruitport being $35,000 more, but in Muskegon Township, which is our neighbor on Marquette, it's right across 31 there, you can spend $20,000 more, and you'll have the same exact payment on that homestead tax. So I would just ask for your guys' blessing, not only for myself, but I know Rudy Briggs is up there, Lawrence Baker and James Williams also are, and I know that Lawrence ran into some of these issues on his last round of builds over on Bennett and Meeking. So it is an issue. And not to mention also, when you live in another municipality, if you don't work in the city, you completely dodge the 1% city income tax, so the savings are even more. I do understand the services in other municipalities are not what they are here in the city of Muskegon. I completely get that. But it's just something that a lot of people, with what we're facing right now, are taking into effect. So that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Benedict. Appreciate you weighing in on this subject. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to give public comment or give comment as part of this public hearing on this item? All right, seeing no takers in the audience, I'm going to go to the phones. That phone number is 231-724-6721. This is a public hearing specifically to, or with regard to, expansion and removal of neighborhood enterprise zone districts in our city. Doesn't look like we have any takers. Commissioner Keener, do you want to take it away with that staff recommendation and the motion? But be sure to include at the beginning, I move to close this public hearing and then the rest of the motion.
I move to close this public hearing. I move to approve the amendment to the neighborhood enterprise zone, NEZ districts as requested. This includes the expansion of neighborhood enterprise zone districts to encourage new and rehabilitated housing while removing areas no longer zoned for residential use.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Keener, supported by Commissioner Cochin / Commissioner Kilgo. I'll let the clerk choose. All right. Questions for staff? Anybody have questions for Ms. Hines?
I do.
Commissioner German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And good evening, Mrs. Hines. Thank you for being here tonight and for that report. When we talk about this expansion for NEZ certificates and enterprise zones, you talked about, and we know we have new development going on in Marquette and Jackson Hill. This is something that I've also stressed before. Now, given the fact that we have this new development in these new homes there, I'm quite sure those are going to be some of the ones that apply for these certificates. To me, that just makes sense. My concern would be, how are we going to go by having it fair and equitable with other residents that have lived in their homes probably 40, 50 years. I think, and these new developers coming in and building, that's great for the city tax base, giving people an opportunity to purchase their first home or just, live in the community down here. But it has to be fair and equitable. How are we going to go by making sure, and what is the strategy? You have a strategy. I hear what you're presenting, and it sounds good, but I know that everybody's not going to be included or have the opportunity to partake or be part of this NEZ enterprise zone.
So NEZs can be used. So if there's an owner-occupied home in any of the areas where it's designated, they can use it to rehab their home. So rehabilitation needs to be a certain, I think, amount. I forgot what the amount is. I think it's like up to $3,000 per unit or something. I think is the rehab amount that they must do. But if there's anybody interested in these areas that want to rehab their homes, they can take advantage of this opportunity. Since we are expanding this into a lot of our core neighborhoods, we have talked internally, and we'll be working with our intern to do some community engagement strategies so that we want to make sure that our residents are knowledgeable of this opportunity and they can take advantage of it.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, everybody's not going to be able to probably rehab their home. Are there other conditions that probably can offset? Well, again, like senior citizens that can't take out a loan or refinance or anything like that to be able to make improvements.
I would defer them to programs that we currently provide through our community and neighborhood services department.
To me, that seems like a barrier because, again, we have a lot of homeowners in in the Jackson Hill area. And I think of my grandmother who's paid taxes for probably 70 years here. And people like her and other senior citizens should definitely have opportunities to leverage this option that the city. Okay, when we talk about being creative, I'd like to see a program, and this is me.
We do need to stay focused.
Yeah,
on
I'm if you listen, Mayor, if you listen, I'm getting on that. I have
programs unrelated to NEZ.
Well, we talking about NEZs.
On the NEZ districts.
Mayor, if you just allow me to continue and speak without interrupting me, you did give me the floor now. Just allow me to continue.
Excuse me, sir. If you are not, excuse me.
Mayor, I am speaking. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
No, I'm speaking.
Excuse me.
What would you like, Mayor?
Excuse me, Commissioner German.
Yes, I'm Mayor Johnson.
Excuse me.
You excuse. Now, may I continue?
Excuse me. When you are deviating from the motion, it is my responsibility as chair to bring you back to the motion. I will give you the floor back, but I do not need the attitude. Please proceed, Commissioner German.
Okay, Mayor Johnson, first of all, I'm going to address your concern, and I've never deviated from it because if you had to listen, it would have went right back into what I was talking about. And for his attitude, you don't dictate how I speak and what I say, as long as I'm being respectful and doing it in a professional manner. So now let's move on. And that's really unnecessary.
Yeah, it absolutely was.
Yeah, so.
Please proceed,
now,
sir.
Going back to what I was saying, with NEZ opportunities, okay, this is something that I would like to see more broadly and creative for opportunities for people that have actually invested and been into the community and to have that equitable opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I still would defer them to current services and programs that we also offer. One thing that's great about NEZs too is that the work and the improvements in the materials that are done by some of these improvements don't necessarily have to be with licensed contractors. So if they want to do improvements and don't necessarily can afford to hire a licensed contractor, it just has to be materials and improvements that are over $3,500. So if people have improvements around the house that they have someone that can assist them with those, they still can apply just long as it hits that threshold.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know, and I appreciate that explanation in regard of the disruption there.
Thank you, Commissioner German.
It's been a long night, so
Thank you,
get
Ms.
it.
Hines. I appreciate that. Commissioner Kilgo.
Thank you. Some of my notes here. So, to speak on some of the existing homeowners, they don't pay nearly the taxes that these new construction buyers, so buyers of these new construction homes, I see this every day. When the way that it works in our city, whether they're buying our infill houses or private builders' houses, these buyers buy a home and the bank calculates the taxes that the city of Muskegon has in the first year, these taxes have kept people from becoming homeowners. This program will help reduce those taxes. I'm sorry. And then the second year, they say, oh, it'll come down the second year after it's assessed for the second year. But who's helping them pay that mortgage payment the first year? Not this, nobody. They just have to pay it. So what Mr. Benedict says is very true. Our taxes and our current programs do keep certain buyers who want to buy new construction homes ineligible from buying them. What I would like to say, though, is I would like to see Jackson Hill in some of this blue area as opposed to Viridian Shores in some of this blue area, because we do have Green Rabbit and some other builders that are building in Jackson Hill. So I would like to see the blue area moved over there because those houses are coming. They're being built right now. And for those houses in Jackson Hill, they're going to run into that same problem. So I would like staff to go back and just see if we can add parts of Jackson Hill. So it is in there?
Yes. So if you
Okay.
look at the purple
Sorry, I'm
color,
looking, I was looking at the
that's
wrong.
fine. If
Okay.
you look at the color, you
My
will
bad.
see that some of the it means existing rehab and new construction.
Okay.
So they can do both. It can be rehab or new construction in those areas.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is what I would like to see because these are the areas where we're currently putting
sure.
some of these new houses. This program will help first-time home buyers in our area buy a house and be able to afford it that first year until their house is assessed with all the other houses that are assessed, and it's not assessed at a new construction rate. When it's assessed at that new construction rate with our tax millage that we have here, it does make that payment super high for people. As far as existing homeowners, they don't pay that premium new construction tax rate that some of these people that are buying the new construction houses have to pay. So thank you, Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. And because the previous map was up there, I just want to, anyone watching at home or in the audience understand that the current map up here is what's proposed change. And it acknowledges the, or reflects that the pinkish color is an existing rehab and new construction NEZ, meaning you can qualify for those tax incentives if you're doing rehab or new construction. And then the darker blue is an existing new construction NEZ, which has been utilized over at Terrace Point Landing and Viridian Shores. And then just the green color is what's being removed. So there's small sections being removed, inclusive of a significant portion of the Port City Industrial Park. And then purple, purplish violet color, that's what's to be added for the possibility of new construction or rehabilitated housing units in that area. And so that addition, or the expanded NEZ, is going to encompass almost the entirety of Jackson Hill, certainly all of Jackson Hill proper, but almost the entirety of Jackson Hill overall, as well as an extensive portion of Marquette. So it's being spread further into our city, into additional neighborhoods. So Commissioner Cochin.
Thank you. First off, I wanted to thank Commissioner Kilgo for that point of clarification, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask. The question I have for you, Ms. Hines, is the removals. So we see the green just south there of the McLaughlin neighborhood, and then you explained the Port City Boulevard, but then there's a small green section south of Marquette and over there near Terrace Street. Can you explain why we're removing those from the boundary? Is it a lack of funds, or has everybody there already utilized the services?
So the green that's in the Marquette neighborhood, you will see that was originally just like new construction NEZs that can be applied there. Considering a lot of that area has already been built out, there are few or no vacant lots there, and so we removed it. The one that's in like between Nelson and McLaughlin area, that's kind of part of the school property where housing or fewer vacant lots don't exist there too. Mm-hmm. And we also just wanted to keep up with the no more than 15% of the total acreage is covered by NEZ. So we had to remove some of the property to keep up with that number.
And then to finish up, as far as your funding goes, are you anticipating funding running out this year if we increase the boundaries this much, or no?
No, it's a tax abatement, so I can't necessarily seeing it being an issue this year. Yeah, we
Excellent.
just hope it will contribute to, as we all know, our lack of housing stock and wanting to rehab existing property. So we're hoping it's more of a help than a hinder to our residents in our city.
Thank you.
No funding is awarded as part of the NEZ.
Oh,
It's just a
this
tax
is
abatement.
I must have
just a,
misunderstood that.
Yeah, sorry if I wasn't clear, but it's just a tax abatement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were talks of other programs to provide funding, but the NEZ district itself and the NEZ
Does not,
certificates
okay.
do not provide funding. It is a tax incentive and abatement program. Did I see Commissioner Keener? Did I see your hand up earlier?
No, it's been answered. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Any other questions or comments at this time? All right. So with this adjustment, where are we at approximately in the percentage? Are we right up at the 15% or for total acreage, or are we under that, or?
With this one, I think Jamie assessed like 14.2. I think is where this puts us with this amended proposal.
Okay. So it's a little bit more room if there's a very compelling reason to establish a new NEZ district somewhere in the city, and we always have the opportunity to make adjustments to this in the future.
Correct. Yep.
you know,
Absolutely. Yep.
take away some areas and add to others. But no, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I do like that we're extending the NEZ district into other neighborhoods, Jackson Hill, Marquette, not only to support and facilitate new construction, but so that our existing residents who may have been living in their homes for years, decades, they have an opportunity to get this tax abatement as well. As long as they make the investments in upgrading, however they get the funds, they make the investments into the rehabs of the houses, and they can qualify for tax incentives, just like any developer, building newly.
Yep.
That tax incentive is available, and is available to anybody and everybody to pursue that opportunity within the district. So I appreciate your work on this. Thank you. All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. Next up, public hearing, Brownfield Plan Amendment, Muskegon Midtown Center LLC for 1095 3rd Street. This is a public hearing. Before we take a comment, though, I'd like a staff. Who's leading on this? Hey. Just a quick report on this before we go to public comment, and then I'll entertain the motion to close the public hearing and the underlying staff recommendation, and then get into any commission questions and comments for staff and commission consideration. So,
Sure. Thank you. Once again, I'm Jake Eckholm, Director of Development Services for the City of Muskegon. I am pinch hitting this evening for Development Analyst Contessa Alexander, who is the Brownfield Staff Liaison. She's unavailable this evening. So there's this public hearing for 1095 3rd Street, which is the former Catholic Charities office headquarters. The city has owned it for about 3 years at this point. You may recall we've gone through 2 separate requests for proposal processes. The first one, the developer had to walk away from the project due to construction constraints at the time, interest rate environment. We did another one, received 2 proposals from LIHTC firms and then 1 proposal from a market rate firm, and staff worked with them to implement a concept for what we call mixed income housing, where there's both market rate units and then voucher accepted units in the same redevelopment. So this is a proposed incentive that they've requested for a brownfield TIF, tax increment financing district. As we know, they'll incur quite a bit in eligible activities through their interior and exterior demo and rehab, environmental assessment, and other consultant fees, architectural things of that nature, connection to public utilities. So this will allow them over the course of years as they pay taxes on their new building, especially at the expiry of their previously approved tax abatement, to recoup those eligible activities to complete the project.
okay. Thank you, Director Eckholm. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to give comment on this item? you can ask your questions, but we're not necessarily going to answer your questions.
Yeah, that's okay.
Staff will hear your questions here,
Sure.
and then when we make the motion to close the public hearing, don't start the time. Okay, don't start the timer just yet. We'll take note of the questions, and then when we get to the motion, commissioners can reiterate the questions, or staff can voluntarily answer your questions. So,
Laura Swenson.
Thank you.
Nelson Neighborhood. My first question, are there any other properties along Third Street corridor that are in the brownfield? How many brownfield properties do we have in that immediate area? There was a presentation to the Nelson neighborhood in 2021, Dave Alexander, big plans for Third Street. Is this part of those original plans? Is this something new or different? The current construction, or I should say deconstruction, of that property has spread, I don't know what it is, material all over the block. And I don't know who's responsible for cleaning that up or maintaining it or controlling it, but it's been really quite significant. Fourth, someone, I don't know who it is, but I guess the property owner, which is the city at this point, or is it the developer? A homeless gentleman was arrested and put in jail, and then released without any plans or opportunities or any services. So I guess that's my primary. I'm interested in the whole Third Street. We heard a whole lot about what was going to happen, and we haven't seen very much. There was streetscape. I think we've lost more businesses than we've gained. We lost one who had been there a long time, new owner of the building, raised the rents. The city put in a planting where her customers used to park so she could load them up with her from the store. And so the combination of customer service and raised rent forced her out. Valley or Arundel, she was there for years. The cannoli store, I think, is done, right? There's some ADA issues that they couldn't resolve. So we haven't seen a lot of success along Third Street. And the newest investment that we have, 238 Houston, that I think has done a tremendous job of beginning to take a relic of a building and restore it, has encountered, I think, significant obstacles. So instead of arresting people for being homeless, has been on a weekly basis providing meals, not only to homeless, but many of our neighbors and friends and residents.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to give public comment at this time on this item? All right, we are going to go to the phones. That phone number is 231-724-6721. This is a public hearing specifically for a brownfield plan amendment encompassing Muskegon Midtown Center, LLC, at 1095 3rd Street. Don't think we have any calls. And then I would entertain a motion to close, and whatever your pleasure is with regard to the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Motion to close public hearing. I move that the city commission approve the brownfield redevelopment plan for the property located at 1095 3rd Street and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign.
Support. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Kilgo, supported by Commissioner German to close the public hearing and to move the city commission to approve the brownfield redevelopment plan for the property located at 1095 3rd Street and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign. Commissioner Kilgo.
Yes. As a former law enforcement officer, the public records are available for the arrest of the homeless person. It's not a crime to be homeless, so you can check with our police department on that arrest. About the actual 1095 3rd Street, I have heard from several businesses or residents around there that some of the debris and in the deconstruction before they get ready to put it back together is extending further than the boundaries of their property. Have we talked to the developer about getting and keeping that area clean?
Thank you. That's a good question. So we've also gotten complaints, and each time we've gotten a complaint, we've addressed that with the building owner. One of the other questions was if the city still owned it. We did close on the property, so we no longer are the owner. We have mentioned that we've been receiving complaints, and on 2 occasions, at least from my part, and the subcontractor has been directed by the owner to clean the site up and to go down the street. Now, that being said, I think because these issues have been persistent, it's probably time for them to screen the site, and so we will follow up on that.
Thank you. And then the question about other brownfield, I know that this is about the brownfield for 1095. Are there other brownfields in the 3rd Street corridor there?
Yeah, that's a great question that Mrs. Swenson brought up. So the city of Muskegon is somewhat unique in the sense that we proactively, some time ago, many years ago, implemented 2 brownfield plans that together encompass effectively the entire city limits. And so in many communities where there's less or fewer eligible parcels, they will have a developer ask for a parcel to be designated a brownfield site and then submit what's called an Act 381 work plan, where they would say, here's what we want to do on this brownfield, here's why it should be a brownfield. Our brownfield system works a little differently, where effectively developers or the city staff or whoever is suggesting a brownfield designation requests what is technically an amendment to our existing plan, our citywide brownfield plans. So that way you'll see, usually as you can see on the public hearing notice, it says brownfield plan amendment. And so though there has not been brownfield TIF at this site before, it is in the existing geographic brownfield plan that encompasses the city limits. So they're amending that plan to include their eligible activities on this parcel. And so as to the question, how many of them are in the 3rd Street area, to my knowledge, there's not another specific project in the Midtown corridor that has availed itself of brownfield TIF. There are several parcels that I could that come to mind that I hope will at some point, because they would be good projects. But there are multiple active brownfields across the city right now, from Henry Street, Laketon, downtown, Industrial Park, and they're all under that same overarching set of 2 geographic brownfield plans.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo.
Yep.
Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thanks for the report, Director Eckham. And pretty much the questions was answered. Commissioner Kilgore addressed some of the concerns that I had, especially being homeless is not a crime. I'm seeing a lot of that around the community. Definitely, I know you've been working diligently to try to bring more housing to the city of Muskegon. All properties are not affordable for some. We know the issue with the lack of jobs, and I like to see some direction on that also, so people be able to afford some of these homes and stuff like that, in your economic development, push to get good paying jobs here.
Sure, I appreciate that. Yeah, we'd be, at the end of the year, the staff will be composing an economic development report, which actually will indicate pretty successful continuation of expansion of existing business base and addition of full-time jobs. I think, with respect, the issue that we find is effectively the jobs that are in the market or available to job seekers are not necessarily matching well with the workforce development skill set that the metro area can provide. And so you're seeing a large number of vacant positions while simultaneously seeing a relatively large number of job seekers. So it's really not a lack of jobs, it's a lack of connecting people to jobs that fit their skill set. And so it's finding the right jobs rather than jobs in general. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. German. For connecting those potential employees with the knowledge and skills to
Workforce
match
development,
with the jobs
yeah.
that are available.
It's a workforce development issue, yeah.
this project that is contemplated here within Brownfield, they have committed to 20% of the residential units being voucher based, or oh no, speak to the 20% commitment with regard to the Section 8 vouchers for this project.
All forms of vouchers, so tenant-based vouchers, not just Section 8, so that would include VASH, homeless intervention for veterans, and other types of tenant-based vouchers. So the development agreement that was approved by the commission and signed by the developer and the mayor and clerk includes language that requires the developer to hold over 20% of units in both the existing rehab and the future phase new construction for folks that are voucher eligible. There is a time frame in which they have to hold that unit, and then if they do not fill that unit with a voucher tenant, which is possible, then they can fill it with a market rate tenant, but then the next available vacancy they have to do the process again. So that effectively, as long as they're below that 20% threshold, they have to market the available units to folks with vouchers. And that's a way for us to effectively, as mentioned earlier, generate like an unsubsidized mixed income housing development, rather than the traditional route of a low income housing tax credit, which has federal tax credits helping to assist with the construction of the actual site. This is on the tenant and collected rent side, where it will work through that development agreement that we've authored with them.
Thank you, Director Echolm. Did I see a hand up over here?
Yes,
Commissioner Cochin?
I just had a quick question. So we were discussing the ability to apply for like a brownfield amendment. And you had mentioned that you had wished other people in the area would do it. How would somebody start that process? Like, who would they contact to be able to do that?
In this corridor, it would be Contessa Alexander, but quite frankly, anybody in the Development Services Office can get them started. Bear in mind that in order to have a brownfield TIF project, there has to be expenditure of eligible activities. So there are several buildings in that corridor, that's what I was referring to, that require redevelopment, remediation, they have some blight elimination that could happen, that could take place, and we're working with those owners on that over the course of time. But there are opportunities for those investments to be reimbursed to you through your typical tax bill, and that's effectively what brownfield does. And so, we always encourage people to avail themselves of those when there are eligible activities in their project.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? All right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo,
Yes, please.
Commissioner Keener.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right.
Thank you.
Final public hearing. We're going to be reporting out on this as well. Don't be going anywhere.
That's fair point.
Final public hearing, Brownfield Plan Amendment for 349 West Webster LLC at the address of 349 West Webster. Director Echolm.
Indeed. So this is in the same relative area.
Just giving a report, and then I'm doing the public hearing.
Quickly to kind of report out for the benefit of the public who may wish to comment. So 349 West Webster is more commonly known as the Hackley Administration Building, formerly owned by Muskegon Public Schools. It has been conveyed to Wheelfish Group, which is a private equity firm, originally through their nonprofit arm, Reset Ventures, I believe. The building is currently undergoing a pretty extensive renovation and redevelopment into a boutique hotel concept, which will include a restaurant component, as well as, I believe the current count is 60 rooms. And so it has, as you can imagine, lots of activities that are eligible for brownfield TIF reimbursement, lots of interior demo, environmental assessment, new connections to public utilities for fire suppression and domestic water, lots of stuff. Brownfield effectively covers anything that's not vertical construction or direct remodeling of the interior structure. So this one has about $1.3 million in total eligible activities, I believe, and so is a pretty open and shut brownfield.
Thank you, Director Echolm. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to give comment on this Brownfield Plan Amendment for 349 West Webster LLC at 349 West Webster Avenue? Seeing no takers from the audience, we'll go to the phones. That phone number is 231-724-6721. Again, this is specifically a public hearing on the Brownfield Plan Amendment for 349 West Webster. Doesn't look like we have any takers for phone-in comments on this. So, commissioners, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing, as well as what's your pleasure on the staff recommended motion.
I move to close the public hearing and I move that the city commission approve the brownfield redevelopment plan for the property located at 349 West Webster Avenue and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Cochin, supported by Vice Mayor St. Clair. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff on this item? Commissioner Kilgo.
Yeah, just when I was reading this one over, the 1.859 broken up, site demolition was $1 million. Do you know what is it all internal demo?
Mostly. It also includes a lot of the necessary restructuring of the roof. You may have followed over the course of the last year or so, they've had to do extensive structural basically salvaging of the roof system because it was flawed when it was constructed. That's an eligible activity because it speaks to the structural viability of the building. And so it's not a like remodeling from a cash value standpoint. So that's a big cost that's in there. Some of that was grant funded, but the remainder of it was not, and it's included in that interior demolition number.
And especially this being a historic building, they want to keep the historic integrity of that. So it's probably costing more than a normal building's roof or demolition costs.
Yeah, I think to caveat, I have not specifically asked that question, but in our conversations with the developers, there is particular care being given to the flooring, to a lot of the stuff behind the 1960s and 70s era renovations. The goal is to keep the character of the original building to the extent possible, and I believe that would add additional cost considerations from additional labor, being a little bit more meticulous on their interior demo, and those are all eligible activities.
My last question would be, because this isn't it's not a residential building, will this still fall under the historic district's followings of any other historic building? Will they have to follow suit like a residential historic building would?
Yes, they'll require HDC approval for any any HDC jurisdiction-based improvements or proposed modifications.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Cochin.
I just want to attest that being on the HDC and going through a lot of the different options for staying within those parameters of a historic building, it's definitely more expensive.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin. All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Keener,
Yes.
Commissioner German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Cochin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kilgo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Final item on our agenda for action at this point is conflict of interest disclosure, community neighborhood services. Development Services Director Ekrom will be returning to speak on this.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Our CNS Director, Sharana Carson, has laryngitis, so I'll be pinch hitting for her as well this evening. So this is a declared conflict by an existing staff member who is wishing to avail themselves of some of our programming in CNS, and I believe most of the details of that individual are available in the packet.
Thank you, Director Ekrom. Commissioners, so we may proceed. Can I have a motion?
Yes. Motion to waive the conflict of interest pursuant to the city charter and state law and request the Department of Housing and Urban Development for an exception, approve the request of Council of Interest exception for the City of Muskegon Community and Neighborhood Services Department Priority Home Repair Program.
Support. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Kilgo, supported by Commissioner German. Commissioner Kilgo, I'm going to go to you with any questions or comments you have. I just want to acknowledge for everybody on the commission, as well as anyone at home, that in instances of conflicts of interest, there's a number of procedures and steps which legal counsel weighed in on and have been met. Now before us, in order to waive this conflict, it would have to be unanimous of all 7 members of the commission. So if any one member of the commission were to vote no on this, then the conflict would not be waived, and this person would not be able to avail themselves of the priority home repair program. So I just want everyone to be aware of that. Commissioner Kilgo.
Yeah, so I don't know why a city employee shouldn't be able to take advantage of our infill housing program, home repair programs, different programs that are available to citizens of the city. The city does a really good job of letting the community know of different programs that we have. This particular person who wants to take advantage of our home repair program just happens to work for the city. So I don't see why they shouldn't be able to take advantage of the program like anyone else.
Indeed. Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, man. Yeah, I echo those sentiments. The programs are out here to serve the community. Employees here, have that same right and should. But it's good that the commission is being transparent and, no, not the commission, the city, I should say. It's being transparent on how we operate and proceed when we do allow those services for our employees and citizens. So.
Thank you, Commissioner German. Did I see Commissioner Cochin?
Yeah, I also wanted to echo that sentiment. Especially reading through it. At first I was like, oh, that seems a little fishy. And then I was like, oh, she works part-time for the city. It's not even a full-time employee. And HUD is a federal program. So yeah, I would definitely support this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochin. Any other questions or comments? No? All right. I support this motion as well. So let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Kilgo?
Yes.
Commissioner Keener?
Yes.
Commissioner German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman? Yes. Commissioner Cochin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Director Ekholm. Hopefully it's the last time tonight. You've performed admirably. Any other business, commissioners? Yes, Mr. Manager.
I've got one. Director Heckholm, can you come back up? I'm just kidding. We've been talking about this for a while now, but between our meeting and our next meeting, we will be switching over BSNA online from the desktop to online. So that will impact our ability to take cash payments here at our windows starting Wednesday, November 30th. So Wednesday, November 30th, Thursday the 31st. Sorry. Thank you, Josh. October 30th and 31st, and then Monday, November 4th, we won't be able to take payments at the windows. We will be here working on those days, so staff or the public can come in and check in with staff regarding administrative functions, but they won't be able to make those payments. However, they can make payments online through our BSNA portal that residents have access to. They can make payments in the drop boxes. That will be available to them as well. I want to stress this does not impact anything with the election at all. Election staff will be here doing their regular thing. The system does not interface with our elections at all, but we just wanted to make sure that folks are aware of that. Monday, November 4th, City Hall will be open, but most of the staff will be in training on the new system. BSNA will be here for that full day going through staff training. We have been pushing this out to the public. It's been on our website. It's been on our doors. But since this is the last meeting before that happens, I just wanted to make it at the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yep.
I think I saw Commissioner Kilgo.
Yes. So I kind of want to get this whole thing out because you'll probably be like, oh, no, we shut that down. If I'm not mistaken, our last meeting, at the end of it, we voted to extend the moratorium. That actually was not reflected on the minutes, and we did vote on it. It is not reflected in the minutes.
I really saw it in the minutes.
At the very end, I mean, I did not see it, and I went through the minutes twice since we've been up here. But
In my version that I read earlier today, I saw it. But I
just because it was a separate item, correct?
Yes.
The moratorium as a separate item, I did not.
under any other business that we adopted that.
Sir, if you look at the bottom of page 13, there's a motion 2024-86.
Perfect. Thank you. So since we did vote on it and it's in the minutes, earlier when we finally got through STRs, you said that this will extinguish the moratorium. Are we sure we don't have to vote to make sure that we extinguish it? Just by us passing that, it will extinguish once that, because it's 10 days, correct?
10 days from the date of publication.
So 10 days, it will automatically extinguish the moratorium.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cargill. Vice Mayor St. Clair.
I just wanted to point out that our November work session is a holiday, so have we talked
It was
about that?
moved.
So we're doing it in combination with the Tuesday meeting.
So
So we're gonna
don't
do
come
joint-
to the
Yeah.
November work session because we won't be here.
Oh, yeah, it's Veterans Day,
It is Veterans Day.
November 11th.
And we did post it, well, we posted that we would not be having a meeting at the beginning of the year on that day. But we can move it to Tuesday if you so incline.
We'll have a joint work session / general session on Tuesday, November 12th.
You sure you don't want to do it on November 5th?
You know.
You're cruel.
We won't overwhelm you.
Was anything else?
So I think she's just saying like staff should be aware that if
I
we're
just want the public to know.
Okay.
If anybody is listening,
No
don't
November
come
work
to
session.
the work session
On the
because we
11th.
won't be here on the Monday. I know everybody loves to watch the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor St. Clair. Any other? Commissioner German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If anyone can speak on this, a while back last year, we gave out funding to organizations and nonprofits with the opera grant money for minority businesses, startup businesses, that community grant. I have not seen any details or a report reflecting back. I believe we agreed that there would be some feedback from the department heads on how this money is being spent, and making sure that when it was given to those organizations, that they be accountable and report back to the city government. Who can speak on this, and where are we at with this process? And when can we expect to have something tangible so we can see how?
And I've requested that multiple times too.
Yep, and we talked about that too. Yep.
Mr. Manager?
So the grant recipients do post that to us regularly, so we do update that. I apologize. I thought that has been shared with you like at least twice since the grants went out.
It's been in the LPC meeting.
Okay, it's been in the LPC meetings. Okay, so
not at the LPC meetings.
okay.
You don't necessarily have
So-
that.
Yeah, so we
information.
have had those updates at those meetings.
So we had something in writing,
Yes.
something back. Okay, because I had never received anything, and I missed the last couple of meetings. But I would like to have that sent and be able to look over that and see how those dollars were used, and make sure that the proper steps was taken, and making sure that everybody's being accountable.
Yes, I believe at the last LBC meeting we got an update that all of the grants that had been awarded were distributed, save for one project.
Yep.
That is still in progress before, in terms of meeting the requirements and getting the project moved forward to receive that money. But I believe all the money has been distributed except for the one project.
And what project was that?
The one outstanding is the open
gates.
Open gates.
Yeah.
So they have not received all of their funding, and why is that? I mean, what is it that they have to do? I thought the understanding would be that we would make sure each business or organization receive their funding, and then report back to the city.
So there's certain requirements have to be met before the funds are distributed, and in those update reports, it talks about what's still outstanding within each of those grant opportunities, whether it's the first distribution or the final distribution.
Have they received anything? That's what I want to know.
I don't believe so. They have outstanding permits at this point.
I would encourage you, Commissioner German, to reach out to Director Wills for update. I mean, we're going to have an LPC meeting in November. well, actually, December 1st.
Yeah.
Our November meeting got pushed to the very beginning of December, so December 1st. But if you, so we'll get a current update at that time. But if you have questions about it, whether that particular outstanding distribution or other things, I would encourage you to reach out to Director Wills and certainly, include the city manager in the conversation. But Director Wills would probably be the
And just one note,
best
because
person
those
to
funds
summarize.
have to be used by the end of this year, right?
End of 26.
Oh, 26, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. So they got.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get those emailed to commissioners that have requested that personally to be able to go over? Because I've requested it a number of times now and I've still not seen anything.
Well, we'll send it.
We can resend that. Commissioner Kilgo.
Thank you. Since we are moving the LPC meeting, or we've moved it already to December 1st, if staff can work on, because I know that certain stuff we can just email you directly and work on offline, but if staff can work on getting us numbers, the data that we do have for our infill housing. I know that the data is optional for some buyers, but there have been buyers that have submitted the data. I would like to see the data that we do have for, to see if we're under our 50%. Or 50% of the buyers should have been at 120% or under AMI. So I would like to look at those numbers. I know there's a lot of data, but December 1st, LPC would give us time to gather all that data so that we can look at it.
And Director Ekholm stood up, so I don't know if he has anything to add to it. Just for the record, the meeting's Monday, December 2nd. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the first is a Sunday.
Counselor just told me.
Okay.
I was going to clarify that.
Okay.
And I did just speak with Director Ekholm about that very same issue before this meeting, and he had a timeline in mind. I don't know if he's going to be able to do the next LPC, but what is your outlook, Director Ekholm, in terms of what we had talked about and what Commissioner Kilgo is requesting?
Good evening.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to provide the information that we have now. It is anonymized. It's all, as was mentioned. What we do is our targets for our ARP infill housing program, which encompasses 42 new construction owner-occupied homes. We ask each buyer at closing to voluntarily, anonymously give us income information and some other questions. Are you a new resident or an existing resident? Were you renting before? Or were you owning before? Most people have given us that information or some portion of that information, and we do have a running spreadsheet with that information. I'm happy to forward it to the commission. As to where we sit, there is still a number of homes that need to close and get added, but as of now, we are, from those who have given us information, which I think is a total of 42 total units. As of now, I think we're at 32 that have provided that information. And of that, I believe 18 of them are at or below 120% AMI. So I will send you the specific spreadsheet to the commission for your review. To the mayor's point, our intended goal is after the ART program is complete, so after we've had the last sale, we are planning on conducting additional survey work for more infill houses, not just the ARP houses, in order to anonymize some information and get more information on demographics, economics, and then some other citizen-based information, with the hopes to kind of give the commission an after-action report. Okay, we've spent, somewhere approaching $10 million on infill housing, and then obviously recouped most of that through proceeds from sale. Here's how the brownfield's performing. Here's what the data looks like. Is that the metrics we want? If not, then what should we change? So the goal is to really give you a lot of feedback before moving forward with any additional infill housing that's city funded, to kind of determine where those needs are. This spreadsheet will not tell you all that, but it is the information that we have to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ekholm. Thank you, Commissioner Kilgo. Any other things to bring up for any other business? No? All right. Before we go to public comment, thought about just handling this after the meeting privately, but I do want to publicly acknowledge it. So the interaction earlier, Commissioner German, was regrettable, and is not how, like anyone on this commission, I'm not casting any blame, but that the interaction was regrettable. And I would welcome an opportunity in the near future to sit down with you one-on-one to just clear any air, reinforce our professional relationship. I think you are a valuable member of the City Commission, and I have enjoyed working with you, during my 11 years, 11 of your 13 years on the City Commission. And so we just welcome an opportunity in the near future for the two of us to sit down and have a conversation, work through that.
Yeah, I will say, Mayor, I welcome that as well, as commission members, you can have your disagreements and sometimes breakdowns in communication, things could be looked at one way. And I would always say, and I quote a scripture, it says, be slow to speak and quick to listen. Sometimes we have to listen and, things may not be on the path that you may think or see, but when you listen, you get there, But, hey, I don't take that personally. And I will say this, when you say something directly to me and suggest something that you don't really understand or know, then I will take that to offense and I will correct you on that and address that issue. And I know you same way. So we worked together for, quite some time. So like I said, hey, we're going to continue to do what we have to do to move the city forward.
Absolutely.
And work together. So
thank you, Commissioner German. All right, we're going to go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience? Well, I do have one form before I go. Well, actually, I got a few forms. Whew. I think one of them had to leave. But we have Ronald Self, I believe, joining us from the city of Grand Rapids.
Good evening.
Welcome, sir. You've got up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Yes.
Thanks for your patience.
You're welcome. I'm Ronald Seif from the Urban Agriculture Initiative. This is a pilot program, Grand Rapids metropolitan area, which Muskegon County, Ottawa County, Kent County include. There are actually 6 committee members, and Savannah Cunningham of McLaughlin Growers, you perhaps know her, she's on our committee too. So Grand Rapids is very privileged to be one of 15 metropolitan areas in the whole country. So this initiative started because of COVID, in which the grocery shelves were empty or near empty. And so this program was started that people, if there is another disaster, hopefully it won't be, that people won't go hungry because of the transportation issues, locally produced food. Now, urban agriculture includes aquaponics, hydroponics, community gardens, beekeeping, rooftop farms. The Department of Agriculture believes in the bottom-up philosophy of government. Start at the local committee members, goes to Lansing, and then to Washington, not the opposite way. Another aspect of the farm to school programs that in World War II, of course, the schools grew their own food. And so this is a wonderful opportunity for teenagers in high school to show their leadership skills by having these school programs. There's much vacant land in the cities and also in some of the school districts. So what the Department of Agriculture is trying to do through the loans and grants is to target the socially disadvantaged, the veterans and the new farmers to start farms. And once again, we are looking for input, because this is a pilot program, from the community. See what else. Our chairperson is Liz Visser from Blandford Nature Center. I don't know if you know her. So the 3 counties are involved, and that's why I am here today. I'm going to give some brochures to the city clerk, if that's possible, to disseminate to all the people. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Seif. All right, next up, we have Ann Vandermolen joining us from the city of Roosevelt Park. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes to provide
Hi.
your remarks.
Okay, I just want to say one of my old best friends was Tom Fine. He was a Muskegon police officer, and he used to tell me all about the drug busts that the Muskegon police used to go on. I think that the city of Muskegon should not be spending money on those. Instead, I think they should round up more pedophiles and rapists. I think Chief Kozel would have plenty to do just rounding up pedophiles and rapists instead of drug dealers. Also, since it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month, I just have to say that I don't know why women like me and Cassie go back to violent men. I think that most people have seen the terrible video of Cassie being beaten up in the hotel hallway by Diddy. Shame on humanity. And now the allegations against Diddy have gone back 30 years. Shame on humanity for letting powerful people run around this country, run around wherever, and shame on humanity. And if anybody could get my text back from back then, I can prove that on December 23rd, 2013, I turned Tracy down after he was violent with me. But after that Christmas, for some reason, I tried to contact him again. He gave me the silent treatment, probably because I had turned him down. And so I joked with him about having him film me because he talked about it so much. I'm not saying that he's done things like Diddy has been accused of, but it's illegal if he has disseminated that video, and I do believe that he did in fact go on filming. And if he put it online or disseminated it to anybody in this community, and I do have my questions about some people in this community, but powerful people that go and tell people that they're the most powerful person in the community, it's wrong. It's wrong for the community to back people like that. And I don't think I'm the only one that he maybe said that to, and that scares me thinking about all the stuff that Diddy has been accused of. And again, I'm not accusing him of any of those things, but he did film me. And I just wonder if there's anybody else that he has, lorded his power over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vandermolen. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to give public comment at this time? Yes, you've got another item, Ms. Swenson.
I don't remember I had one. It is
did.
too late, and
Welcome.
I'm not going to, but I just can't stress how this is the launch for our kayak kids. We've been doing kayaks, teaching water safety. Can you see it?
I do,
See this?
Ms. Swenson, if you're going to be addressing the commission, I do need to ask you to
I'm sorry.
go to the podium.
Yeah. Anyways, and I'm going to say it was a month before we had someone notify us that it was dangerous, that water.
So that the public can hear you too. Thank you.
Identified that water was no longer safe. The launch at Fishing Lagoon for our kids, Club 188, we've been doing this since 2017. It was a month before there was official notification. That was a breakdown in our county. If we want people to come and enjoy our water, one, we have to be safe about it, and two, the cause of this harmful algae bloom, which cause dogs die in it, you breathe it, it's bad for you. The fact that it was 1 month before we had notice.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to give public comment at this time? All right, we're going to go to the phones, 231-724-6721. This is an opportunity for general public comment. When you're calling in, please turn down any audio in the background, and when you are acknowledged, introduce yourself by name, and if you're a city resident, which neighborhood you're calling from. If you're not a city resident, which other township, village, or city you may be calling from. All right, no takers? All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Support.
Have your pick, Ann. Motion by everybody, supported by everybody to adjourn. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good night.
Take care and be well.